Dear members of Nestle Parivar, good morning and welcome to the 62nd Annual General Meeting of Nestle India Limited through video conferencing or other audio-visual facility. For the smooth conduct of the meeting, members will be in the mute mode. For members who have pre-registered to speak at the AGM, the audio and video will be open when the chairman requests them to speak. Please note, as per the requirements, the proceedings of the annual general meeting will be recorded and available on the company website. Without any delay, I hand it over to Mr. Suresh Narayanan, Chairman and Managing Director of Nestle India Limited. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Inba. Namaste, dear members. It is my privilege to welcome you to the 62nd Annual General Meeting conducted through video conferencing facility. This is my 6th AGM as the Chairman and Managing Director and the 2nd virtual AGM of the company. At the outset, I do hope that you and your families and loved ones are safe and secure in possibly the darkest hour that our country is going through in the pandemic. To begin with, I would like to express my solidarity for those who have lost their loved ones, and I pray for speedy recovery of those who are battling or infected with coronavirus. The Nestle India family has also not been spared in the pandemic. And as I speak to you, more than half a dozen of my colleagues have been victims of this pandemic. One of the individuals who was involved and who is involved inextricably with the proceedings of the annual general meeting, Mr. Rajendra Agarwal, whom many of the Delhi-based shareholders know very well for over 2 decades and a quarter, sadly succumbed to COVID less than 48 hours ago. Tragedy has therefore hit the Nestle family, and each one of the family members whom I have lost is a personal loss to me and to the family. I would request you all to pray for not just all those in our country who have been victims of this pandemic, but also to pray for the Nestle India colleagues whom we have lost, and for their families and for their loved ones. I miss the privilege and pleasure of meeting you in person. Though the virtual AGM is a progressive step, as it allows members, irrespective of where they are physically present, anywhere in India or even abroad, to participate in the annual general meeting. Lots of planning and efforts have gone behind the virtual AGM of the company today, with the objective that your participation is smooth. Due to the severity of the COVID pandemic and following the safety protocol and lockdown conditions, myself, all directors, the company secretary and company officials are all participating from our residence. And if there is any disturbance in the AGM due to this, I seek your liberty in advance due to the unavoidable situation. Let me now have the privilege to introduce the illustrious board members on the screen. Ms. Rama Bijapurkar, Independent Non-Executive Director, Chairperson of the Stakeholders Relationship Committee, and member of the Corporate Social Responsibility Committee. She is participating from Hyderabad. Mr. P.R. Ramesh, Independent Non-Executive Director and Chairman of the Audit Committee and member of the Nomination and Remuneration Committee and the Risk Management Committee. He is participating from Secunderabad, and I would like to welcome him as this is his first AGM. Mr. Rajyavardhan Kanoria, Independent Non-Executive Director, Chairman of the Nomination and Remuneration Committee and member of the Audit Committee and Stakeholders Relationship Committee. He is participating from Delhi. Mr. Matthias C. Lohner, Executive Director, Technical and Permanent Invitee to the Corporate Social Responsibility Committee. He is participating from Gurugram, and I too would like to welcome him as this is his first AGM. Dr. Swati Piramal, Independent Non-Executive Director, Chairperson of the Corporate Social Responsibility Committee. She is participating from London. Ms. Rupa Kudwa, Independent Non-Executive Director, Member of the Audit Committee, Nomination and Remuneration Committee, and the Risk Management Committee. She is participating from Mumbai. Mr. David Stephen McDaniel, Executive Director, Finance and Control, and CFO, Member of the Corporate Social Responsibility Committee, Stakeholders Relationship Committee, and the Risk Management Committee. He is participating from London. Finally, Mr. B. Murali, General Counsel and Company Secretary. He is participating from Gurugram. I would like to take the opportunity to thank Mr. Martin Romkins for his contributions to your company during his tenure as Executive Director, Technical. Mr. Romkins has taken up a new assignment in another Nestle affiliate and has therefore ceased to be whole-time director with effect from 1st November 2020. The company secretary has advised me that the quorum as required under law is fulfilled, and I declare the meeting as validly convened. I also formally acknowledge the participation of the partners or authorized representative of the statutory auditors, the cost auditors, and secretarial auditors. The statutory registers required to be there during the AGM are available for inspection on the NSDL website under the tab AGM Documents. The Director's Report for company's performance during 2020 is already available with you in the annual report. Please allow me to start by sharing a few thoughts on the pandemic we are all living through. The legendary and great leader Nelson Mandela once said, "A fundamental concern for others in our individual and community lives would go a long way in making the world the better place we so passionately dreamt of." 2020 has redefined the way in which we all think and live. The magnitude and volatility of the COVID-19 pandemic has shaped the contours of the new normal, where the 5 Ps, purpose, people, partnerships, planet, and performance, will form the cornerstone of successful organizations. Purpose. Your company's purpose helped in stay strong despite challenges in the external environment. Each of us is strongly committed to the global purpose, and I quote, "We unlock the power of food to enhance quality of life for everyone today and for generations to come." Unquote. We operate not just as a company or an entity, but as an ecosystem. Your company continues to commit itself to giving every possible support to the communities and to the authorities who continue to fight tirelessly and valiantly against this pandemic. We reached out to the vulnerable communities amidst the pandemic by contributing 3.36 million packs of company products worth 162 million Indian rupees and touched over 1.5 million people in 28 states and 6 union territories, providing dry rations and meals, providing healthcare equipment, PPE, and product contributions. During these unprecedented times, the Magic Bus Foundation, the Nestle Healthy Kids program partner, put to use its learning management system called Magic Bus Academy to offer virtual education and training, positively impacting nearly 60,000 beneficiaries. Under Project Jagriti, your company launched the 1-minute campaign to reach out to the beneficiaries on a regular basis via telephonic calls, inquiring about their health and well-being. In addition to educating women on antenatal care, the campaign also focused on COVID-19 and the importance of hygiene, sanitation, and disinfection, reaching out to nearly 40,000 beneficiaries. People. Your company invested in ensuring that its people remain safe and secure. It continues to abide by its internal stringent COVID protocols across the operations and adheres to all precautionary measures such as masking, social distancing, temperature screening, and sanitizing. Your company also has a global stated policy where it encourages vaccination for all, supporting rapid vaccination against COVID-19 across the globe. It continues to look for ways in which it can play a role. Your company certainly encourages all employees to get vaccinated as early as possible in line with public health priorities and will support them for this purpose. Further, your company launched a virtual internship program called Nesternships, which offered 1,000 young professionals opportunities to enhance their employability and competence. Partnerships. Your company has also strengthened partnerships during these unprecedented times. It recognized the difficulties that suppliers are encountering and ensured continuity in timely payments, which is inherent to the values. The company accelerated the invoicing platform with paperless invoicing, and nearly 40% of the invoices were managed digitally. It was also ensured that every drop of milk which was offered was bought to ensure that the farmers do not lose out. Under the aegis of Nestle's global youth initiative, Nestle Needs Youth, the company launched the Nestle Entrepreneurship for Youth platform to nurture budding entrepreneurs and create job opportunities through a kiosk business model, helping the youth of the country cope with these challenging times. Planet. Climate change is one of the biggest challenges mankind is currently facing. In the past year, globally, your company has laid out areas within the organization as well as its sourcing operations and its brands where it will take steps to limit its carbon footprint. The company has committed to the planet through the sustainable use of resources. The power to accelerate this change will require a multi-stakeholder approach, bringing industry, government, multilateral agencies, and local community to collaborate and monitor progress, laying the foundation for a better world. Your company has been accelerating its actions to reach net zero greenhouse emissions by 2050, while ensuring high levels of productivity. Your company is walking the talk already, as greenhouse gas emissions and energy usage have come down across the manufacturing locations by about 50% in the last 15 years. I believe the company has been one of the pioneers in using sustainable logistics, as an example, the usage of rail networks and waterways. The determination to make a difference in the area of plastic waste management has shown significant results. Last year, your company collected and recycled over 20,000 tons of plastic waste. Across all the brands, the company collected plastic equivalent to post-consumer plastic waste generated by the brands in 2020, thereby ensuring plastic neutrality. Further, under the Hildari program, there are projects in Mussoorie, Dalhousie, Mahabaleshwar, beaches of Goa, wherein the company is tying up with local stakeholders to develop end-to-end solutions for waste collection, segregation, and disposal, as well as the basic livelihood of waste management professionals. Responsible sourcing has been an integral part of your company for a long time across 100,000 dairy farmers, 3,500 coffee farmers, 1,200 spice farmers. Today, solar panels are installed in the milk collection centers to reduce the carbon footprint. Standardizing water usage for irrigation in coffee fields has resulted in a 20% reduction in water consumed and therefore water saved. Performance. In 2020, your company has delivered a strong performance. 3 out of the 4 quarters were quarters of double-digit growth for the company. Moving forward, the growth in Tier 2, Tier 3 and Tier 4 towns have been more than twice or thrice than in the large city metros. Therefore, expanding the ecosystem of the company, the distribution infrastructure is something constantly being worked upon. In 2019, about 90,000 villages were covered, and in the next 2 to 3 years, 120,000 villages are being targeted. Your company is committed to Make in India and Made in India. It is proud of the 108-year-long association with the nation, and as a vindication of this confidence and trust, plans to invest 2,600 crores of rupees or 26 billion rupees over the next 3 to 4 years. Further, resonating with consumer needs during evolving times, your company introduced a range of product and marketing innovations in line with the new normal. Your company is proud of its performance, planet, partnerships, and is federated by the purpose and values that keeps them together. The company is successful only and only because of its people. With optimism at its core, your company looks at the pandemic as a lesson, one that teaches everyone to embrace change and continue to cater to the evolving need of the new normal. Before I conclude, I wish to inform that due to COVID restrictions, the operations of the registered office were affected. Also, many of you know that Mr. Rajinder Agarwal, your beloved investor relations manager, who unfortunately succumbed to COVID, was unavailable for the past 3 weeks and may not have attended to the calls made to him. This unexpected incident may have hampered the working of the shares department to some extent, but no shareholder mail or query sent to the company has remained unattended. On behalf of the Board of Directors, I would like to specially thank the shareholders for the support and confidence in the company over the years, and particularly during these difficult times. Please allow me to leave you with this quote from our beloved Mahatma Gandhi. Your beliefs become your thoughts. Your thoughts become your words. Your words become your action. Your actions become your habits. Your habits become your values. And your values become your destiny. I wish all our shareholders who have joined today, their families and their loved ones, the best of health. Thank you very much for patiently listening to me. I will now take up the notice of the 62nd Annual General Meeting dated 16 February 2021, which together with the audited accounts and board report has been duly sent to the members by email and public notice published in newspapers as stipulated. The auditor's report for the year ended 31st December 2020 does not have any qualifications, observations or comments in financial transactions or matters which have any adverse effect on the functioning of the company. In view of the same, there is no need to read the auditor's reports. Your company provided members remote e-voting facility on AGM agenda items from 4th May 2021 from 9 a.m. to 6th May 2021 till 5 p.m. E-voting facility is available at the meeting, and as mentioned in the notice, at the end of discussion on the resolutions on which voting is to be held, there will be electronic voting using the e-voting platform of NSDL for all those members who are participating in the meeting but have not cast their votes by availing the remote e-voting facility. The icon for e-voting is available on the top of your screen, which will redirect you to the e-voting portal of NSDL. The e-voting facility is active and will be closed along with the closure of the meeting. I will now proceed with the agenda as per Notice of AGM with 3 ordinary business items listed as agenda items 1 to 3 and 1 special business item listed as agenda item 4. Agenda item number 1 for the adoption of the audited financial statements of the company for the year 2020, including the balance sheet and as at 31st December 2020, the statement of profit and loss and cash flow statement for the year ended on that date and the reports of the Board of Directors and auditors thereon. Agenda item number 2 for the confirmation of payment of interim dividend of rupees 135 per equity share for the year 2020 and declaration of final dividend of rupees 65 per equity share of rupees 10 each for the final year ended 31st December 2020. Item number 3, the appointment of a director in place of Mr. David Stephen McDaniel with director identification number 08662504, who retires by rotation and being eligible offers himself for reappointment. Now the one special business item which in the opinion of the board is considered unavoidable, agenda item number 4 for the ratification of remuneration of Messrs. Ramnath Iyer and Company, cost auditors, firm registration number 00019, appointed as the cost auditors by the board of directors of the company for the year ended 31st December 2021. This year, also being a virtual AGM, there are 3 ways in which members can ask questions on the AGM agenda items. The first, members who have pre-registered as a speaker at least 48 hours in advance of the meeting at the designated investor email address of the company as mentioned in note 5D of the notice of the AGM. Second, members who have submitted their questions 48 hours in advance of the meeting at the designated investor email address of the company as mentioned in note 5C of the notice of the AGM. And finally, members can during the meeting post messages on the communication box available on the screen to each member participating in the meeting. So if members have missed pre-registering as speaker or submitting question in advance, they can also ask questions by posting messages on the communication box available on the screen. I request Mr. Pramod Rai to collate the questions and share with me after I take up the questions for the speaker and emails received by the company. In view of the situation today, I will take the questions one by one as Mr. Pramod Rai will be reading them out to me. I now request INBA to invite the esteemed members who are pre-registered in advance as a speaker. In the interest of time, I would sincerely request all speakers to restrict their questions to a maximum of 3 minutes. This is a personal request. We will respond to the questions asked by the speaker and then take up the question from the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairman Sir. We will now begin the question and answer session. I now invite our first speaker member, Ms. Hitokshi Sam Patel from Mumbai, having client ID number 1203 710000184446 to speak. Ms. Patel, may we request you to unmute your mic and go ahead with your question?
Hello? 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 Hello?
We can hear you, Ms. Patel. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm audible to you, no? I'm audible, sir? Yeah, very
Yes,
good
you are.
morning to you all. Very good morning to all the eminent members on the board. I straight away go to the questions. What is the impact of lockdown on the region-wide sales margin of the company? How is the company strengthening and continuing its product supply market in the COVID times? What is with the surge in demand for the ready-made food items? How far Nestle is ready to capture further market in this COVID time? So your ninth factory of Nestle is coming up at Sanand, Gujarat. Is the construction complete? Has the production started? And which production is going to be in this factory? So as far as the foreign exchange goes, the earnings is 6,473, while outgoing is 27,914. Sir, may I please know the reason for this high difference? What is the attrition rate in the company in this COVID times? So, how many committees? I mean, there are various committees in the company throughout the year, but I find that there are different committees are coming up for different times in the year. Like audit committees 4 times, state committees 4 times, while CSR committees only 2 times. Remuneration committees also only 3 times. Could I please know the reason for this the difference? Um, so y'all are coming. Y'all have this Maggie, and Nestle is mainly famous for this Maggie. We are very happy with the product. It's very nice product, and I would like to know if you all are coming out with Maggi non-veg noodles in oats. In oats, please, if you can make that, I would be very happy. Also, of course, you all cannot come out with the medicinal this, but at least you all have come out with various drinks. Like you can have honey with ginger. Why doesn't Nestle not come out with honey with ginger? In this COVID time, it is ginger and turmeric are very essential products. Please, if Mr. Matthias, Mr. Matthias and Mr. Daniel McDaniel, if you can please pay heed to this. I request the management and our sir, Mr. Suresh Narayan, on this, because in this COVID time, it will really prove very essential. As a good corporate governance practice, even though law does not permit, well, I humbly request the management and the secretarial team especially to provide annual return of management line. MGT9 in the annual report. Please, if there is no MGT9 in the annual report, it becomes very difficult for us. Please, I humbly request as a part for it or as a separate one, if you can make it in the this annual report. I request the secretarial team. Also, I would very much important for me is your seasoning and pasta sauce mixing that you all have come out with. Please throw some light on it. Is it available in Bombay? So why is Milo stopped in Bombay? Delhi if Delhi people don't want it, we Bombay people want it. Please come out with Milo. We are very much eager. It's a very nice drink it was. What is kiosk? Why is it operating in Bombay? If I am interested in doing this kiosk, can I be of any? Will the company help me out? I would like if you can throw some light on which department deals with kiosks. I asked your people, but nobody gave me this information. And who is the person and what is his contact number whom I can get in touch with for kiosks? You all have done excellent CSR activities in this COVID time. I'm extremely very happy for it. I congratulate the company for investing 35 million to the Exchequers Fund, also investing 26 million in the next 3 years in India. I congratulate company for the awards and accolades that the company has got. Especially Mr. Suresh Narayan has received the best performing leader by CNBC Awards. Congratulate to you, Mr. Narayan, and all the best to you. Under your leadership in India, the company will flourish, I hope. We have your full support and we have full faith in the company and confidence in the company. Mr. Matthias and Mr. McDaniel, your products are very good in India and all the best to you. But please do come out with this Milo and the turmeric and ginger products, which are very essential in COVID time, even maybe in your country also and in all the countries. Nature's product is the best product. I also congratulate the company for all the CSR activities that the company has done in this COVID times. I end my speech over here. All the best to you once again. And I hope my questions are answered. Thank you.
Firstly, thank you, Ms. Patel, for your very kind words on for the company and for whatever we are trying to achieve during this very difficult period. The impact of the lockdown, more than on the demand for the core brands of the company, has of course taken an impact on the out-of-home business, which has been quite significant. Unfortunately, it had built up to a good level, and now again it is sliding back because of the various closures that are taking place. I'm extremely proud of the fact that our factories are operating fully. It's a tremendous tribute to the team and to the tenacity that they've been able to work under very difficult circumstances. So we are ensuring that our product supply remains strong across categories during this period. There has been, of course, a uptick in demand for some of our brands. Ms. Patel, it's not just Maggie that we are well known for. We have brands like Nescafe, KitKat, Munch, Milkmaid, and a host of other brands, Everyday Dairy Whitener, and a host of other brands, which also are doing reasonably well at this time. The ninth factory, which is coming up in Sanand, is progressing well despite the very difficult circumstances. Once again, it is a great tribute to the team that they've been able to work together to ensure that construction takes place with all the COVID protection and with all the precautions that we are able to take. As a consequence of which, we do hope that towards the latter part of the year, we will be able to commission this factory. It will be a pride of place for Nestle. It will be the most diverse factory. More than 50% of people who work in this factory would be women, and we will be producing Maggi noodles from this factory at the initial state. Our attrition rates have been relatively low. I think Nestle has always been seen to be a company of choice for young people to work in, and during this period, I think we have ensured that we have protected every single job in the company. So nobody has been deprived of a job, deprived of decency, of livelihood, of respect. And I think that in its values and culture pays back to the company in terms of loyalty and in terms of dedication of its people. In terms of the committees, the questions that you asked, I think the committee frequencies are based on the kind of issues that come up on hand and that need to be addressed at various points in time. And therefore, obviously, the audit committee will have a frequency that is higher than some of the other committees. CSR, I think under the able leadership of Dr. Swati Piramal, is a committee where we have had a fairly strong and robust platform for engagement. So we don't keep changing these platforms every single month or every single quarter. So focus on nutrition-led education activities, focus on educating the adolescents on good health, good practices, focusing on sanitation, focusing on COVID relief activities, wherein we have spent almost 30% of the budgets for 2020 behind these activities, will continue at full pace. And therefore, I think the frequency of the meeting is basically more reflected on the continuity that we have been able to establish in the operations. As far as our brands are concerned, Milo is concerned, yes, I think during the pandemic, obviously we have focused on some of our core parts of the portfolio where we have been kind of focusing our energies to try and get them up to speed. So my apologies in case Milo has not been available in full quantities. There has been some disruption at various ends, but we will look at it. And finally, the Nestle kiosk business is being managed by our Nestle professional colleagues. And there is a professional Nestle professional team for out of home that is based also in Mumbai. And I will ensure that you are given the contact of the concerned person who can speak to you and tell you about this most interesting model. We have almost 600 to 700 of these kiosks all over the country. They're also there in Mumbai. It is a good way of generating employment, a good way of generating incomes, and a good way of giving dignity and respect to people at this stage. And we also look at increasing the diversity in its participation, as also involving wherever possible differently abled people to operate the stalls. So it is a cause that is more than a business cause, in my view, Ms. Patel. It is also a social cause that we are wanting to pursue at this time. So I thank you. I thank you for your questions, and I do hope that I've been able to answer them. And my apologies once again for having been tripped up as a consequence of the connection issues. Can we go on to the next speaker, Inba?
Thank you very much, sir. I now invite our next speaker member, Mr. Santosh Kumar Saraf from Kolkata, having client ID number 10080328 to speak.
नमस्कार, नमस्ते,
नमस्कार,
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, उपस्थित निदेशक सदस्यगण और मेरे शेयर होल्डर भाइयों बहनों, जो आज हम वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस थ्रू मीट कर रहे हैं, आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मैं संतोष कुमार कलकत्ता से बोल रहा हूँ। चेयरमैन, सबसे पहले तो मेरा संवेदना प्रकट करता हूँ हमारे जो कोलीग और जो हमारे शेयर होल्डर जो 48 घंटे पहले शायद उनका विक्टिम हो गए, उनके लिए, उनके परिवार के लिए मैं अपने बहुत बड़ी श्रद्धा करता हूँ। मुझे काफी दुख है कि कोविड के अंदर में हम इस तरह की तकलीफों से सफर कर रहे हैं। तो मेरी संवेदना उन सभी के साथ में है जो हमारे विक्टिम हुए थे। अब मैं विश करता हूँ जो हमारे शेयर होल्डर भी हैं और जो भी हमारे डायरेक्टर और जितने भी कर्मचारी हैं, वो अपने आप को सेफ और हेल्दी रखें और घर में रहें। जैसे आपने अभी मीटिंग जो वर्चुअल चल रही, मैं देख रहा हूँ कोई गुड़गांव से अटेंड कर रहा है, कोई लंदन से अटेंड कर रहा है, कोई दिल्ली से अटेंड कर रहा है। तो मैं चाहूंगा फ्यूचर में इसी तरह की मीटिंग हो जिससे कि रिस्क भी कम हो और अच्छे से वन इंडिया के जो शेयर होल्डर हैं वो आपसे कनेक्ट हो सके। जैसे अभी लता जी ने बताया आपको, मतलब कि बॉम्बे से है, जनरली आपकी मीटिंग गुड़गांव में होती है तो अटेंड नहीं कर सकता। मैं लास्ट 31 साल से आपका शेयर होल्डर कभी भी मौका नहीं मिला। मैं ज्यादा प्रश्न नहीं करूंगा कि ये कोविड जो सिचुएशन, इसके अंदर मैं ज्यादा कंपनी के बारे में नहीं, क्योंकि मेरे को मालूम है कंपनी वेल मैनेजमेंट की कंपनी है और हर समय चेष्टा करती है नए प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च करने के लिए और ज्यादा करने के लिए। कंपटीशन उनको रहना तो नए प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च करना ही पड़ेगा। मेरा मेन प्रश्न है कोविड के CSR के बारे में। शायद आपको अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, मैं 2 मिनट समय लेना चाहूंगा कि सर कोविड की सिचुएशन सेंचुरी में एक बार आई है सर। ये बड़े दुखद सिचुएशन है और पूरे वर्ल्ड में है और विशेषकर इंडिया में जो सेकेंड वेव है ये बहुत मारात्मक है। तो मैं जानना चाहूंगा मैनेजमेंट से और फॉरेन मैनेजमेंट जो हमारे हैं ऑनर्स, जिनके पास 62% की होल्डिंग है, कि वो क्या एक्स्ट्रा कुछ कर रहे हैं। CSR एक्टिविटी तो करनी पड़ती है अपने 2013 के अलावा सर, उसका तो कोई उपाय नहीं है और आपने अच्छे से उसको यूज किया है। लेकिन मैं चाहूंगा ये कैसा पीरियड है जो शायद इस सेंचुरी का फर्स्ट और लास्ट होगा, फिर 2021 सेंचुरी में क्या पता नहीं सर। और अभी जिस हिसाब से देख रहे हैं सर, अपने जन को बहुत नियरेस्ट को हम लॉस कर रहे हैं सर। तो मैं सर आपसे कहूँगा कि आप क्या एक्स्ट्रा कुछ करिए, जैसे अपने इंडस्ट्रियल है, आप तो फॉरेन है लेकिन इंडिया में हो, जैसे अपने आजिम प्रेम जी है, उन्होंने 8,000 करोड़ रुपया डोनेशन दिया है। नवल जी टाटा, उन्होंने काफी काम किया है। रिलायंस ग्रुप फाउंडेशन में भी करीबन आप देखे होंगे करीब 1800 बेड की हॉस्पिटल बनाई है फ्री सर्विस देने। तो सर ऐसा कुछ करिए। हम नहीं चाहते इनकम, एक साल अगर हमारी कंपनी में इनकम नहीं होगी, डिविडेंड नहीं मिलेगा, हमें कोई दुख नहीं है सर। हम रहेंगे तो डिविडेंड बहुत मिलेगा और कंपनी भी बहुत देगी। तो कुछ ऐसा वर्क करके दिखाइए सर जिससे कि एक मिसाल बने कि जिंदगी में आपकी जिंदगी में और इस कंपनी की जिंदगी में मैं सोचता हूँ कभी फिर दोबारा ऐसा मौका नहीं मिलेगा सर। है सर। और एक आपसे मेरा दुख में इसलिए कि देखिए इस पैंडेमिक पीरियड में लोग खाने के बिल में मर रहे हैं, लोगों की नौकरी नहीं है, बहुत तकलीफ है। इस समय आप लोग ने प्राइस बढ़ाया सर, ये अगर प्राइस भी नहीं बढ़ाया तो आपने उनका वेट डिक्रीज कर दिया सर, ये मैं चाहूंगा बहुत अच्छा नहीं है सर। हमें प्रॉफिट नहीं चाहिए, अरे प्रॉफिट तो हमें लोग रहेंगे तो हमें अपना मिलेगी सर। तो मैं चाहूंगा कि एक बार प्राइस डिक्रीज किया जाए, जिससे कि जो गरीब तत्व के है, जो मतलब डेली दो पैकेट लेके अपना बना के पानी में गर्म करके खा लेते हैं, उन तक ये चीज बढ़ो, यही आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है सर। और मैं ज्यादा कुछ नहीं कहूंगा सर, आप बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, बहुत खुश है मुझे। और मैं कंपनी के बारे में क्या कहूँ सर, और मैं ये चाहूंगा कि भगवान करे आप सभी जितने डायरेक्टर, आपकी फैमिली, जितने भी हमारे कर्मचारी हैं, उनकी फैमिली, जितने भी शेयर होल्डर हैं उनकी फैमिली, जितने भी स्टेक होल्डर, कंज्यूमर जो भी हमारे रिलेटेड है, उनकी फैमिली को इस कोविड के पैंडेमिक के अंदर स्वस्थ रखे, हेल्दी रखे। क्योंकि अभी देखिए ये सेकेंड वेव चल रही है, डेली 4,000 आदमी मर रहे हैं, 4 लाख आदमी बच्चे मर रहे हैं, और लोग कह रहे हैं हमारे दरवाजे पे थर्ड वेव भी खड़ी है सर। तो इसकी क्या लक्षण, क्या प्रमाण हो मालूम नहीं। तो मैं चाहूंगा मैनेजमेंट के अच्छे से विचार करो, मैडम स्वाति प्रेमल से भी देखो, जब CSR में तो कुछ ऐसा कुछ करके दीजिए जिसे मिसाल बने नेस्ले हमारे इंडिया के लिए और इंडियन पीपल के लिए। धन्यवाद समय देने के लिए। हाथ जोड़ के आप लोग के स्वास्थ्य की कामना करता हूँ, कंपनी के स्वास्थ्य की कामना करता हूँ, सबके भगवान की प्रार्थना करते हैं, भगवान सबकी लंबी उम्र दे और कंपनी को भी लंबी उम्र दे। धन्यवाद सर समय देने के लिए। और कोई गलत मैंने कहा तो माफ करिएगा सर, क्योंकि अभी मौसम में है कि इस तरह की सिचुएशन चल रही है कि अपने को मैंने कल भी एक अपने को खाया, इसलिए काफी दुख में है, तो हो सकता है कि गलत वर्ड निकले हो आपके बारे में, तो मुझे माफ करिएगा, मैं क्षमा प्रार्थी हूँ। धन्यवाद। अगले साल सर नारायण सर आपसे हाथ जोड़ के रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस मीटिंग कंटिन्यू रखिए 31 के मार्च में। अगर मान लीजिए आप फिजिकल मीटिंग भी करते हैं तो 10 से 15 मिनट के लिए जो पान इंडिया शेयर होल्डर है उनके लिए स्पेशल सेशन रखिए, जिससे वो अपने मन की भावना, अपने विचार आपके सामने पड़े। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय श्री राम। नमस्कार सर, एक बार फिर से स्वास्थ्य की कामना करता हूँ सर।
धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद मिस्टर सराफ, बहुत बहुत आपके बड़े मधुर शब्दों के लिए, आपके प्रोत्साहन के लिए, आपकी शुभकामनाओं के लिए मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ कि आपने अपना कीमती वक्त निकाल के कंपनी के बारे में और कंपनी के लिए इतने अच्छे शब्द आपने कहे। मैं आपका दर्द समझ सकता हूँ सराफ साहब, क्योंकि दर्द हम सब में है और ये ऐसा दर्द है कि शायद सदियों के लिए ये निकलेगा नहीं, क्योंकि ऐसी हादसा ना हमने कभी देखी है, आपके और मेरे जीवन में तो कभी देखी नहीं। और मैं यही समझूंगा कि जो आने वाली पीढ़ी जो है वो भी शायद भगवान के लिए ऐसी दुर्दशा न देखे देश का और लोगों का। इस संदर्भ में हमने जो हमसे हो सके सराफ साहब पूरी तरह से हमने कोशिश की है। फीडिंग प्रोग्राम पे हमने करीब 2 मिलियन यानी 20 लाख लोगों के खाने के लिए अरेंजमेंट्स किए हैं। अक्षय पात्र करके आपने कंपनी के बारे में सुना होगा, बहुत ही सराहनीय काम करती है। उनके साथ हमने फीडिंग प्रोग्राम पे काफी मेहनत किया है। वेंटिलेटर खरीदने के लिए नारायण हृदयालय के साथ हमने काम किया है, मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट के लिए और कंपनी के फ्री प्रोडक्ट्स, क्योंकि कई ऐसे संस्थान हैं जो आप जानते हैं मिस्टर सराफ, जहां अनाथ हैं और जो बुजुर्ग लोग हैं जो रह रहे हैं और उनके लिए खाने का प्रबंध वगैरह बहुत ही कमजोर हो गया है, क्योंकि डोनेशन बेसिस पे कुछ आज चल नहीं रहा है। तो वहां भी हमने इन्वॉल्वमेंट की है। जहां तक हो सके हम पूरी तरह से यही कोशिश में हैं कि कोई भी आदमी अगर हमारे निगाह में आए, उसके लिए जिस प्रकार से हम या तो ग्रोसरी किट्स के प्रावधान, या तो दवाई के प्रावधान, या तो फीडिंग के प्रावधान, किसी भी प्रावधान को लेते हुए हम लोगों के पास पहुंच पाए। इस संदर्भ में मैं आपसे ये भी कहना चाहूंगा कि हमारी जो ग्लोबल कंपनी है उन्होंने भी एक काफी बड़े मात्रा से एक डोनेशन प्रोग्राम शुरुआत की है। पहले संदर्भ में करीब 200 ऑक्सीजन कॉन्सेंट्रेटर्स वो भिजवा रहे हैं देश के लिए स्विट्जरलैंड से। उसके अलावा लोग पूरे तरफ से हमारे कर्मचारी और कंपनी एक 100% कंट्रीब्यूशन के तौर से काफी पूंजी इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं, जिसको हम इंटरनेशनल रेड क्रॉस के थ्रू, पैसे की जरूरत नहीं है सराफ साहब, आज इक्विपमेंट की जरूरत है। तो हम यही चाहते हैं कि इक्विपमेंट आए ताकि जो लोग सांस लेने में तकलीफ उनको हो या ऑक्सीजन के लिए जो तड़प रहे हों, उनके लिए हम कुछ कर पाए। तो यही हमारी पूरी कोशिश है और भगवान की से प्रार्थना यही होगी कि ये शक्ति दे इस समय। जिस प्रकार से जिस परिस्थिति से हम गुजर रहे हैं और जिस प्रकार से ये थर्ड वेव की बातचीत भी हो रही है, हमारी ये भी कोशिश है कि कुछ स्टेट्स में हम ऑक्सीजन प्लांट्स लगा पाए। इसकी भी हम एक्सप्लोरेशन कर रहे हैं कि किस प्रकार से हम ऑक्सीजन प्लांट हॉस्पिटल में डाल सकें ताकि ये परमानेंट बेसिस हो, ये नहीं कि आज के लिए हो और कल के लिए कुछ और हो। तो कोशिशें पूरी जारी है। सराफ साहब, मैं भी आपकी तरह, मैं भी एक भारतीय हूँ, मुझे भी इस देश से बहुत अटूट प्यार है और इसलिए जिस भी प्रकार से हम देश की सेवा में जुट पाएंगे हम जरूर करेंगे। और इसके संदर्भ आपके आशीर्वाद और आपकी जो गुड विशेस हमारे साथ रहें, तो मैं समझता हूं कि हम धीरे धीरे भारत इससे निकल पाएगी। लेकिन हम सब लोगों का मेहनत इसमें जरूरत है। न केवल हम किस एक संस्थान को या एक सरकार को हम दोषी ठहरा सकते हैं, सबको मिलकर इस पे काम करना है और इसी पे हमारी पूरी अटूट प्रयत्न होगी। सराफ साहब, धन्यवाद आपके प्रश्न के लिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आपकी शुभकामनाओं के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू। Yeah. May we go to the next speaker, please? Hello? Yes, hello?
Yeah, my voice.
Yes, I can hear your voice.
Good
Thank you
morning.
so much. I now invite the next speaker member, Mr. Yusuf Yunus from Mumbai, having client ID number 160101 0000232396 to speak. Over to you.
For giving me a chance in this COVID-19. Sir, this is a very excellent annual report I received on email. It was a very excellent, very knowledgeable. You have given the dividend. This is 62 annual. 62 good wishes for the 62 annual meeting. And sir, as you mentioned, we are declared two dividend. One is 35, one is 35%. Finally 65%. So this is a very excellent. और अपना सर आज रेट अपना मार्केट में 17,000 है, फेस वैल्यू अपना। सर और एक सूरज सर मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, लास्ट बोनस सर अपना 12 साल पहले आपने दिया था, 12-13 साल, तो इट इज वेरी फास्ट सर आपने बोनस नहीं दिया। और आपका सर स्प्लिट क्या विचार है, मतलब अपने स्प्लिट करेगा ना, सो मेनी स्मॉल शेयर होल्डर कैन जॉइन ₹1. सो माय हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट, आपके बारे में क्या, आपका क्या इस बारे में सोचना है। प्रोडक्ट के बारे में मैं डायरेक्ट आना चाहता हूँ। जैसे अपना नेस्ले में मैगी है, मैगी में 3-4 वेराइटी है, जैसे अपना चिकन है, मैगी नूडल है, फिर अपना सूप प्रोडक्ट्स है, जैसे अपना चिकन सूप है सर, वो इतना अच्छा है सर। मुझे जानना था अपना सर, वाई यू नॉट मेकिंग अ स्कीम, जैसा आप 2 लिया ऐसा स्कीम करी है। सूप का रेट ज्यादा है, अगर आप उसके मैगी सूप के बारे में, तो वी कैन एंजॉय द टमाटो सूप जो सर बहुत अच्छा है, लाजवाब है सर टमाटो सूप। और सर आपने जो बताया 9 फैक्ट्रीज है जो अपना गुजरात में आ रही है, तो मुझे जानना चाहता हूँ सर, ये गुजरात में जब होने वाली है, जब चालू होंगी सर, तो हमें आप सर इन्वाइट करिए सर, हमारा हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट है सर, हम आपके साथ में ओपनिंग में करते। और एक दूसरा बात जानना चाहता हूँ, अपना नेस्ले का सर, जैसा दिल्ली है आपकी कंपनी, तो हम तो आपको दिल्ली मिलने को नहीं आ सकते सुरेश सर, बॉम्बे में कभी आपने कुछ गेट टूगेदर रखा, जैसा कोई आपका कुछ फंक्शन हो, तो हम हमें बुलाइए, तो हम आपके मिल सकते हैं। बस एक बहाना है आप मिलने के लिए। और अपना सर इतनी अच्छी कंपनी है, और अपना फैक्ट्री गोवा में भी है, वहां पे सर अपन सॉस बनाते हैं ना सर, मैगी, अपना मैगी एक नॉर्मल सॉस आता है, एक मैगी 2-3 टाइप का सॉस आता है अपना सर। अपना जो चॉकलेट का सर, जैसा अपना हॉर्लिक्स बनाते हैं, ऐसा अपना चॉकलेट भी आप बनाओ ना सर, जैसे चॉकलेट का जैसा न्यू प्रोडक्ट को आपका लॉन्च करने का कोई विचार है, जैसा मिल्क प्रोडक्ट में जैसा जो, अच्छा दूसरी एक बात सर, अपना नेस्ले जो अपना मिल्कमेड है, जो अपना लीडर है, और अपना उसका उसका अच्छा प्रोडक्ट है मिल्कमेड का, आप आपके आपके कोई भी स्वीट में डालो तो डालने से जो इतनी अच्छी आती है सर, कंपनी में मिठास है सर नेस्ले में सर। और अपना नेस्ट कॉफी जो अपना मेन ब्रांड है सर, मैं जानना चाहता हूँ ब्रूक ब्रूक जो अपना साउथ में जो अपना है, जो अपना हिंदुस्तान लीवर का है, वो अपना मेन कॉम्पिटिटर है सर। ताकि साउथ में अपना इतना नेस्ट कॉफी कोई जरूरत नहीं है सर, वो तो अपना वर्ल्ड फेमस है। और अपना जो जर्मनी डायरेक्टर है जो अपने सपोर्ट करते हैं, और अपना ओपनिंग में आपने बताया 90 विलेज का आपने जो किया है, उनकी सर जो आप हेल्प करते हैं, उनके गाइडेंस और उनकी कंपनियां देखो कहाँ से कहाँ पहुंच गई सर। और आपके सर सुरेश सर और आपके और अपना सेल डिपार्टमेंट इतना अच्छा है सर, आज जिसके आज मैं हो सकता हूँ सर। मुझे एक तरह कहना है, दिस इज फर्स्ट टाइम आई एम ज्वाइनिंग यू सर, एंड आई सी डायनेमिक पीपल सिटिंग ऑन द बोर्ड। आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू बी आउट ऑफ दिस एक्सीलेंट कंपनी सर। मुझे एक शेयर कहना चाहता हूँ आपसे मिलकर सर, मेरे दिल में बहुत खुशी हो रही है, जो मेरे होठों पे सर आ रही है, और आप हंसी आ रही है, और आपको सर देख के सर बहुत, बस ऐसे ही सर आप हमें बुलाते रहिए और आपसे सर मिलते रहे। और वो मुझे और कुछ नहीं कहना है सर, बस इतना चाहता हूँ, अगर आपके बॉम्बे में कुछ गेट टुगेदर होएगा तो हमें आप सर बुलाइए, और आपका नया कुछ प्रोडक्ट सर लॉन्च हुआ एज ए शेयर होल्डर, हमें भी कुछ दीजिए, तो हम आपके सर नया प्रोडक्ट कुछ लॉन्च डिटेल आप हमें वीडियो पे दीजिए। और आपका अगर पॉसिबिलिटी हमें वीडियो आपका भेजिए फैक्ट्री के बारे में। अगर आप फैक्ट्री विजिट नहीं अरेंज कर सकते, आप हमें वीडियो भेजिए, तो हम आपके घर पे बैठ के वीडियो देखते मेरे ईमेल पे। एक हमारा हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट है, बस मुझे और तो कुछ नहीं कहना है। इतनी अच्छी लाजवाब कंपनी आपके साथ, थैंक यू मच। जय महाराष्ट्र, जय भारत और जय गुजरात। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, आई एम फ्रॉम गुजरात सर। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Rangwal. I will choose to answer you in English for the benefit of all the directors, and for everyone, including my two colleagues who are from overseas, so that they understand. You have asked, I thank you very much for your very kind comments on the company, for your loyalty to the company, for your goodwill to the company. It is because of shareholders like you, Mr. Rangwal, that it gives people like me, who are employees of the company and who have worked in the company for a long time, the kind of energy and the kind of inspiration to continue to do well. You asked a question on both on the bonus shares and also on the splitting of shares. I think at the moment the total corpus of equity holding relative to the size of the business is fairly optimal. But I thank you for your suggestions, and this is always something that that remains with us as a suggestion from you, and we will come back to you in due course on what our thinking on the subject is. On Maggie soups, I think we had tried this before, Mr. Rangwal. Unfortunately, while the product was excellent, but it did not gain the kind of commercial scale that we wanted to have with this product, and therefore we have innovated a lot of other products under the Maggie range, which you will enjoy and which you will I'm sure like. As far as the factory in Sanand is concerned, Mr. Rangwal, you'll be very happy to know that this is our state-of-the-art factory. It will be one of the most modern factories in the Nestle world. And I want to set an example that in India, it is possible to have a factory of world-class standards with world-class professionals. More than 50% of this factory will be women employees. So it will be the most diverse factory. It will be a paperless factory. It will be a digital factory. Its construction is actively on. Unfortunately, as you know, you are from Gujarat. You know the situation on COVID has not been very good in Gujarat. So we have had temporary kind of stoppages as far as the work is concerned. But I assure you that there is towards the end of the year, this factory too will be commissioned. And yes, if you are coming towards that side, once the factory opens, if you are coming towards Sanand side, we don't normally organize for factory visits. But if you are traveling towards Sanand, and if you let us know, we will be very happy to welcome you as a shareholder to the factory and to show you the efforts that are being made by your company. I think it's important for you to see it as well. As far as innovative products in chocolates is concerned, chocolates and confectionery is a very important part of the company. It is growing very well. It is one of the categories that is growing at double digit for us. We have constantly a lot of new products that we are looking at, and you will see this also happening, Mr. Rangwal, in the coming months and years. But I thank you very much for your loyalty, for your sincerity, and for your commitment to Nestle for so many years. I am deeply grateful for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now invite our next speaker member, Mrs. Sarjeet Singh from New Delhi, having client ID number 1201-9101-0209-05117 to speak. Over to you, Mr. Singh.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can.
Chairman sir, first of all, good morning to you and all the directors who will be sitting on that, will be joining this meeting from the homes. सर सबसे पहले तो सर मैं आपसे यही रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगा कि सर आपकी जो डिविजन्स हैं, जैसे सर आपके प्रोडक्ट्स अलग अलग हैं, तो सर कई एरियाज में सर जो आपके प्रोडक्ट चलते हैं सर उसके लिए कोई भी सुविधा नहीं होती। तो इसलिए सर मैं चाहूंगा कि सर आप डिविजन्स बनाए जिससे कि सर आफ्टर दैट सम ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट इज गिविंग अ गुड रिस्पॉन्स एंड नाउ अ डेज you don't having a outlet of our Nestle product in East Zone. ईस्ट जोन में इस टाइम सर आपका एक भी आउटलेट नहीं है जिससे कि शेयर होल्डर्स हो या कोई भी पब्लिक हो जिसको सर अवेलेबिलिटी आराम से मिले कि एक नेस्ले का आउटलेट खोले जाए ईस्ट दिल्ली में, जो कि सर आज की डेट में मेरे जैसे कई सारे शेयर होल्डर आपके साथ जुड़े हुए हैं और सर हमारे पास स्पेसिस भी हैं, हमारे पास सर शॉप्स अपनी है। हम चाहेंगे कि सर आप हमारे जगहों पे सर अपने आउटलेट्स खोलें जिससे कि सर हम जैसे यंग शेयर होल्डर को सर आपसे फायदा ही मिले और सर हम आपसे जुड़ भी सकें, क्योंकि सर मैं वो टाइम भी नहीं भूलाऊं सर जिस आज से कई साल पहले सर मेरे फादर आते थे आपकी एजीएम में, उसके बाद सर मैं खुद भी आया हूँ, जो कि सर आपसे पुराने चेयरमैन साहब भी और आप भी सर पूरी एयरफोर्स में बाहर आके सर एक एक शेयर होल्डर से जो मिलते थे और जो सर आपका प्यार जो दिखता था, वो सर हम यही चाहेंगे कि इस पैंडेमिक दौर से हम सारे के सारे जीतें और सर वो कोई एक दौरान दोबारा आए जो सर हम आपस में मिल सकें। और सर दूसरी बात सर ये कहना चाहूंगा सर, जिस तरीके से आज की डेट में हमारे शेयर आप सर काम कर रहे हैं सर, you will be depend only on some of the products of our Nestle product like Milky Bar, Kit Kat, Munch, Nescafe, Maggi and Maggi Pasta. Nowadays sir आपके बाकी के जो प्रोडक्ट हैं वो सर मार्केट में पब्लिक के सामने इतना ज्यादा आ ही नहीं पाते कि सर हम उससे हमें बेनिफिट मिले सर, क्योंकि प्रोडक्ट अगर सबके सामने आएंगे तो सर वो बिकेगा भी और सर वो सबकी टेस्ट पे भी आएगा। जैसे कि सर आपके अभी मार्केटिंग में आपके जैसे आपकी आती है सर नेस्ले की दही, क्योंकि सर हमारा भी जनरल स्टोर है सर, मुझे इन चीजों का सब कुछ पता है सर। जैसे कि सर आपकी नेस्ले की दही आती है सर 200 ग्राम का पाउच देते थे आप 15 रुपए का, जिसके अंदर सर आपने उसके अंदर तो आपके मार्केटिंग के बंदे ने इतनी ज्यादा माइंड ऑफ मैच्योरिटी लगाई कि प्रिंट उतना ही रहने दिया, 20 ml कम कर दिया, कोई बात नहीं, क्योंकि सर उसके अंदर जो भी बंदा लेने आएगा ग्राहक सर उसको इतना फील नहीं होता। और सर जैसे आपकी 400 ग्राम की दही थी उसका पहले प्राइस था सर 30 रुपए, उसको सर आपने इंक्रीज करके 35 रुपए कर दिया। अगर सर इस जगह भी आपका मार्केटिंग का बंदा अपनी माइंड ऑफ मैच्योरिटी लगाता तो सर इसके अंदर भी 40 ml कम करके 30 रुपए ही प्रिंट रहने देता तो सर उसकी सेल उतनी ही रहती, जो कि सर आज की डेट में अगर आपका नेस्ले का बंदा यहाँ पे हमें दही देने भी आता है वो खुद भी परेशान है बेचारा कि 5 रुपए ये जो बढ़ाए हैं एकदम, उसके कारण कितनी डैमेज आ रही है उसको मार्केटिंग वाले बंदे को ये नहीं समझ में आ रहा। सर यही अगर आपका सेक्टोरियल डिपार्टमेंट मुरली जी और मार्केटिंग के बंदे बैठ के अगर थोड़ा सा माइंड ऑफ मैच्योरिटी जितनी छोटी में लगाई और उतनी बड़ी में लगाते तो सर आज की डेट में जो हमारा नुकसान हो रहा है, कितनी सर डैमेज वापसी जा रही है, इस चीज को सर इन लोगों ने ध्यान नहीं दिया। और शायद सर जहां तक मैं मानता हूं आप सर चेयरमैन साहब है सर, आपसे पुराने भी चेयरमैन साहब थे और ये चीज मुझे लगता है आपके सामने अभी तक आई भी नहीं होगी, क्योंकि सर अगर आप तक अगर ये चीज आई होती तो सर हमें इतना जरूर विश्वास है कि सर आपके लेवल पे बैठा हुआ बंदा इतनी जरूर सोचता कि इतनी डैमेज क्यों आ रही है, क्योंकि जो कि सर इन्हें सेक्टोरियल डिपार्टमेंट को आप तक बात पहुंचानी चाहिए। जैसे कि आज तक अग्रवाल जी थे उनके रहते हमें कोई भी किसी शेयर होल्डर को सबसे प्यार मोहब्बत से मिलते थे, ये बात ये मुरली जी की सरदर्दी बनती थी जो आपके साथ आके या बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर के साथ बैठ के या मीटिंग में मार्केटिंग के बंदे के साथ बैठ के इतनी माइंड ऑफ मैच्योरिटी बड़ी वाली दही में भी लगाते। और सर दूसरी बात सर, जैसे कि सर हम लोगों को सर एक बोनस शेयर दिया जाए, इसके बारे में सोचा जाए ताकि सर शेयर होल्डर्स को प्रॉफिट मिल सके। और दूसरी बात तो सर एंड में सर सिर्फ यही कहना चाहूंगा कि सर हमारी और हमारे सारे शेयर होल्डर्स की फैमिली की तरफ से सर हम यही शुभकामनाएं करते हैं, आप और सर आपकी पूरी की पूरी टीम ऐसे ही सर स्वस्थ रहें, सर आपके घर परिवार सबके स्वस्थ रहें, भगवान करे हम इस बीमारी से जीतें और सर जीत के अगले साल हम उसी तरीके से पहले की तरह पुरानी तरह मिले, जिससे कि आप बाहर आके पूरे एयरपोर्ट ऑडिटोरियम में एक एक शेयर होल्डर से मिलते थे। और सर एंड में सर मैं एक छोटी सी बात करना चाहूंगा कि सर जितने हमारे स्मॉल वर्कर्स हैं जो कि सर प्लांट्स में काम करते हैं, सर अपनी फैमिली से गांव से सर दूर दूर से लोग आए हुए हैं, आप सर उनका ज्यादा से ज्यादा ध्यान रखें। भगवान की दुआ सर हमारी यही है कि सर उन बेचारों को कोई भी दिक्कत ना हो। हर एक सीएसआर एक्टिविटी जितनी आप बाहर के लिए कर रहे हैं सर, उससे ज्यादा उन लोगों के लिए कीजिए कि सर उन लोगों को कोई भी दिक्कत ना आए। और सर हो सके तो सर जैसे आपका एक दो चार प्रोडक्ट है सर, मैगी हो गया, मिल्की बार हो गया, किटकैट हो गया और सर मंच हो गया, ये सर हर एक घर परिवार में जाता है। सर मैं चाहूंगा इसकी पैकिंग बदल के उसके ऊपर थोड़ा आप ये रखवाएं, प्लीज बी वेयर ऑफ मास्क एंड बी सेफ एट होम, इस तरीके की प्रिंटिंग करवाइए सर इन सब चीजों पे, क्योंकि सर ये एक ऐसा ब्रांड है इंडिया का जो सर हर घर में जाता है। ऐसा कोई भी घर और ऐसा कोई भी परिवार नहीं होगा सर जो कि ये चीज नहीं खाता। क्यों? क्योंकि सर आज की डेट में लॉकडाउन की वजह से कई चीजें बाजार में नहीं मिलती है और यंगस्टर आज के जो हैं वो सबसे ज्यादा डिपेंडेंट ही बाजार के खानों पे हैं। जो पिछले साल से जिनके फैमिली वालों ने पूरा का पूरा उन्हें समझाया है कि ये चीज लाओ और घर पे बना के अपने सामने खाओ तो वो चीज दिखती है। तो सर ये इसके अंदर सर हमारे को रेडी टू ईट में सर मैगी के सर बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट है सर नेस्ले के। इस तरीके से सर अब हमारे आईटीसी ने भी इसी रेंज में आना चालू करा है। मैं सर यही चाहूंगा कि सर आप थोड़े बहुत अपने प्रोडक्ट सर और निकाले सर इसी तरीके के, जैसे अभी हमारे पूर्व प्रवक्ता ने ही बोला था जिंजर और गार्लिक का, जिंजर और टर्मरिक का, जिसके अंदर सर आज की डेट में कोरोना से लड़ने के लिए ये चीज तो हमारे लिए चाहिए ही चाहिए। और सर अगर आप ये प्रोडक्ट बना के मार्केट में भेजेंगे तो सर हमें इतना जरूर विश्वास है कि सर आपके जो नेस्ले जो प्रोडक्ट बनाता है वो सर बहुत सोच समझ के बनाता है। आप जैसी टीम एक पूरी की पूरी बैठी हुई है जो सर सारे के सारे टेस्टों के बाद एक प्रोडक्ट को बनाती है और वो सर प्रोडक्ट हर एक बंदा खाएगा, हर एक पॉपुलेशन सर इस चीज को ट्राई जरूर करेगी। और सर जब एक बार जुबान पे जब जो चीज चढ़ जाती है वो सर अपने आप बिकती भी है और सर अपने आप बंदे को टेस्ट भी आता है, क्योंकि सर सारा मजा आज की डेट में टेस्ट का है। प्लीज सर एंड में सर हम आज यही कहना चाहूंगा सर हर एक इस बार अपनी पैकिंग बदल के थोड़ा सा इसके ऊपर लिखवाएं, बी सेफ बी एट होम, और सर मास्क के बारे में और सैनिटाइजर के बारे में, हैंड वॉश के बारे में सर उसके ऊपर प्रिंट करवाएं। बस सर यही दुआ है कि सर अगले साल भगवान की दुआ से इस सब चीजों से जीत करके आपके और आपकी पूरी टीम के पूरे घर परिवार सबके सब स्वस्थ रहें। हमारी शेयर होल्डर की तरफ से सर आपसे यही रिक्वेस्ट है। थैंक यू सर।
धन्यवाद 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 सरबजीत, आपके बड़े अच्छे शब्दों से मुझे बड़ी खुशी हुई कि आप हमारे एजीएम में आ चुके हैं, आपके फैमिली के लोग भी आ चुके हैं और परिवार के तौर पे आप कई सालों से नेस्ले के शेयर होल्डर हैं। आपके जो सलाह जो है, एक तो आपने पैकेजिंग के ऊपर बात की है, वो उस पर जरूर हम गौर फरमाएंगे। बड़ा अच्छा आइडिया है आपका कि किस प्रकार से मास्किंग पे या सैनिटेशन पे हम हमारे पैक्स को यूज कर सके। ये इस पे हम जरूर गौर फरमाएंगे कि भाई किस प्रकार से हम इस आइडिया को यूज कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे कई लाख पैक हर दिन बिकते हैं। तो कौन से ऐसे ब्रांड है जहां हम इसकी उपलब्धि कर सकते हैं। दूसरी आपने ईस्ट दिल्ली के बारे में कही है कि दुकानें में हमारा माल नहीं मिल रहा है, तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि हमारे सेक्रेटरियल डिपार्टमेंट से आपको कांटेक्ट करके डिटेल ले लें कि कौन से ऐसे इलाके हैं जहां हमारी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन या तो कमजोर हो या तो आपको माल ना मिले। इतना मैं आपसे क्षमा चाहूंगा सरबजीत की इस कोविड के जरिए हमारे सर्विसेज में वो 100% जरूर नहीं कर पाए, क्योंकि कई जगह में पाबंदियां हैं, कई जगहों में लॉकडाउन सिचुएशंस हैं जिसके कारण हम सर्विस नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। लेकिन इस पे जरूर हम देखेंगे कि किस प्रकार हम सर्विसिंग को बेहतर कर सकें। मैगी कियोस्क का आइडिया जो है, इसका भी आपको जानकारी मैं दे सकता हूं। हमारी जो नेस्ले प्रोफेशनल टीम जो है, जो आउट ऑफ होम देखती है, वही लोग हैं जो इस पूरे आइडिया को मार्केट में और खास तौर पे आप जैसे युवकों के लिए ये प्रोग्राम बनाया गया है, क्योंकि इसमें एक इनकम भी अच्छी डिसेंट होती है। अच्छे क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट्स आप बेचते हैं और इसमें 3-4 लोगों का एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी हो सकता है और ये सस्टेन्ड एक स्टेडी इनकम है कि इसमें आपको कोई उथल पुथल की बात नहीं है क्योंकि कंपनी के ब्रांड काफी वेल नोन है और इसलिए और हाई क्वालिटी ब्रांड्स है तो इसलिए इस पे जो है एक अच्छे तरीके का एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप या जो दुकानदारी जो है आप इस पे कर सकते हैं, लेकिन इसके डिटेल्स जो है आपको पहुंचाए जाएंगे और आप फिर उस पे विचार कीजिएगा कि क्या उस पे आप इंटरेस्टेड होंगे कि नहीं होंगे। जो आपने दही के बारे में भी जो सलाह दी है इस पे भी हम विचारेंगे कि किस प्रकार। एक चीज तो मैं कहना चाहूंगा सरबजीत कि क्वालिटी की प्रोडक्ट्स जो नेस्ले बेचती है तो उसमें जो पदार्थ जो होते हैं, जो रॉ मटेरियल जो होते हैं, उनके भी दाम काफी बढ़ चुके हैं। जैसे आपको मालूम है, आप दुकानदार खुद हो तो आप जानते हैं कि इन्फ्लेशन काफी बढ़ चुका है भारत में और उसके कारण भी हमारे वस्तुओं के दाम जो है बड़े खेद के साथ कहनी पड़ती है कि कुछ जगह दामों को बढ़ाना पड़ा है क्योंकि एक हद से ऊपर हम उसको अब्जॉर्ब भी नहीं कर पाते। तो इसलिए जो है इस पे मैं आपसे थोड़ा पेशेंस चाहूंगा कि थोड़ी अगर कोई कमजोरी मालूम पड़े इन्फ्लेशन पे तो हम भी यही करेंगे कि जो प्राइसिंग जो कर रहे हैं उसको और थोड़े नाजुक तौर पे और थोड़े अच्छे तौर पे उसको कर पाए। तो आपके सलाह के लिए, आपके सजेशंस के लिए, आपके जो कमेंट्स के लिए मैं आभारी हूँ और यही मैं प्रार्थना करूंगा कि आप और आपका परिवार और आपका समूह जो रिलेटिव्स, फ्रेंड्स वगैरह जो है वो इस टाइम पे कुशल मंगल से रहें और बच के रहें क्योंकि ये पेंडेमिक जो है वो किसी को नहीं छोड़ रहा है, राजा हो या रंक, सबको जो है ये भस्म कर रहा है। तो बच के रहिएगा, यही मुझे भगवान से प्रार्थना होगी कि आप कुशल मंगल रहें। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. I now invite our next speaker member, Ms. Poonam Bala from New Delhi, having folio number 116065 to speak. Ms. Bala, may we request you to please proceed with your question? I'm sorry, Ms. Bala, we're not able to hear you right now.
Ms. Bala, you are very faint. Can't hear you.
Hello.
Ms. Bala, please proceed now.
ओके, नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार।
सर मैं अपनी 62वीं एजीएम के लिए आपको काउंसलिंग करती हूँ। सर जैसे कि आपने अभी पहले अपने मीटिंग से पहले दिखाया कि आप किस ढंग से अपनी हाइजीन मेंटेन करते हैं, अपने वर्कर्स वगैरह जो है वो भी बहुत अच्छा लगा। क्या मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको? हेलो।
आ रही है मैडम, आ रही है।
जी, थैंक यू। सर मैं एक बात कहना चाहूंगी कि जिस तरह से आपने बताया कि एपिडेमिक टाइम के अंदर आप किस ढंग से फॉर्म कर रहे हैं, ये सुन के वाकई बहुत अच्छा लगा। लेकिन इसमें मैं अपना एक सहयोग थोड़ा सा ये कहना चाहूंगी कि जो आप हमको डिविडेंड देते हैं सर, हम शेयर होल्डर्स को, वो मैं चाहूंगी कि इस बार अगर आप इस एपिडेमिक टाइम में अगर लगा सकें तो मैं मानती हूँ कि ये सागर में बूंद जैसा ही होगा, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगेगा कि मैं परिवार के साथ हूँ और जो आप इस वक्त कर रहे हैं वो वाकई एक मिसाल है और वो मिसाल बने भी। इसके लिए मैं एक छोटा सा प्रयास रहेगा हमारा ये वाला। सर मैं एक बात कह रही हूँ कि जो आपने अभी तक अपनी बताई कि आप एपिडेमिक में क्या क्या कर रहे हैं, वो मुझे दिल्ली में देखने को नहीं मिली अभी। सॉरी, मेरा ये मतलब नहीं था, हो सकता है कि मेरा विजन थोड़ा छोटा हो, लेकिन मुझे अभी दिल्ली में देखने को नहीं मिला सर। और एक बात मैं आपको के साथ अपनी शेयर करना चाहूंगी कि इस एपिडेमिक टाइम के अंदर हम अग्रवाल परिवार जो है वो हम लोग फूड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के लिए जाते थे तो कभी दाल चावल रोटी, कभी साग पूरी वगैरह लेके जाते थे। लेकिन एक बार हम बच्चों के लिए मैगी लेकर गए, दिमाग में सिर्फ बच्चे ही थे कि बच्चों को थोड़ा सा कुछ अलग देते हैं। आप यकीन कीजिए कि बच्चे तो बच्चे, बड़े भी मैगी खाकर काफी खुश हुए, और उसके लिए मैं मैगी को वाकई थैंक यू बोलती हूँ दिल से। जो वो उनके भाव आए थे ना, वो मैं आपको एक्सप्लेन शायद नहीं कर पा रही हूँ। उसके लिए मैं मैगी को बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ सर। और मैं ये कामना करती हूँ कि अगली बार जब आएंगे तो फिजिकली मिले और हैंडशेक करें एक दूसरे से, तो वो बहुत सुखद अनुभव रहेगा हमारा। थैंक यू सर।
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद पूनम बहन, बहुत ही खुशी हुई आपको सुन के। और हमारी हमारी प्रयास यही रहती है पूनम कि हर प्रकार से इस टाइम पे जहां जहां तकलीफ हो, और तकलीफ तो पूरे देश में है, कोई ऐसा प्रांत नहीं है जहां तकलीफ नहीं हो। तो हमने हमारे एफर्ट्स जो हैं वो दिल्ली में भी किया है, लेकिन शायद आपने आपने देखा नहीं है। लेकिन काफी हद तक दिल्ली में, मुंबई में और बाकी कई शहरों में हमने प्रोडक्ट्स के डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन भी काफी किए हैं, फीडिंग प्रोग्राम किए हैं। ये जैसे बड़ी खुशी हुई कि आपने मैगी नूडल जब बच्चों में दिया तो उसका भी बहुत ही हर्षोल्लास से बच्चे देख पाए। इसका भी हमने किया है, काफी जगह में हमने मैगी नूडल का भी डोनेशन किया है, ताकि लोगों को कुछ ना कुछ नहीं तो एक वक्त का खाना तो मिल सके लोगों को। यही हमारी प्रार्थना है। हमारी यही प्रोत्साहन होगी पूनम जी। अभी कुछ महीने पहले बम्बई में जो हमारे शेयर होल्डर है वो जानते हैं कि जो डब्बे वाले जो होते हैं, जो डब्बा वाला जो रोज बिना हिचकिचाए, सर्दी हो या गर्मी हो या बरसात हो, जो खाना ले जाते हैं घर से, और बिना किसी मिस्टेक के वो हमारे उनके जो कस्टमर हैं उनको सर्व कर पाते हैं। उनके बारे में लोग भूल चुके थे, क्योंकि जब लॉकडाउन हुई तो सब उनका तो बिल्कुल बिजनेस ही चौपट हो गया। तो हमने सोचा कि भाई इनके बारे में कौन सोच रहा है, तो इसलिए हमने ग्रोसरी किट्स जो है बनवा के ये सब जितने भी डब्बा वाले को जो हम कांटेक्ट कर पाए, करीब 1500-2000 थे, तो उनको हमने ग्रोसरी किट्स दिया है और अभी भी कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं, ताकि कि उनको किसी भी प्रकार की खाने के लिए, 2 वक्त की रोटी के लिए कष्ट न पड़े। बाकी चीजें जो है वो मिले ना मिले वो तो भगवान के हाथ में है, लेकिन खाना और अन्न के लिए कोई तड़पे ना। तो इस तरीके से कई प्रकार के प्रोग्राम्स है पूनम जी। और अगर आप इंटरेस्टेड हो तो आप शेयर डिपार्टमेंट से हमारे से कांटेक्ट कर सकती हैं। जो आप वॉलंटरी वर्क कर रही हैं, तो उसमें देख सकते हैं कि अगर कंपनी किसी प्रकार से आपको इसमें प्रोत्साहन दे सके या सहायता दे सके तो मैं खुश होगा, क्योंकि ये बड़ा ही मुश्किल वक्त है। जैसे सराफ साहब ने पहले कहा कि ऐसी दुर्दशा शायद आपको और मुझे कभी अपने देश में कभी देखना नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन देख चुके हैं। क्या करें, ये हमारे भाग्य ठीक नहीं थे इस वक्त, लेकिन आगे जाके हम अगर लोगों को बचा पाए तो मैं समझ सकता हूं कि ये बहुत बड़ी देन होगी। धन्यवाद पूनम जी। आप और आपका परिवार कुशल मंगल रहे, सेफ रहे, यही मेरी प्रार्थना होगी।
Thank you. I now invite our next speaker member, Mr. Krishanlal Chadda from New Delhi, having client ID number 1201-4100-0001-0073 to speak.
नमस्कार सर, क्या मेरी आवाज आपको सुनाई दे पड़ रही है?
आ रही है चड्डा साहब, आ रही है।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सर। सबसे पहले तो मैं इस 62nd एनुअल जनरल मीटिंग में सारे के सारे बोर्ड मेंबर्स का और मिस मॉडरेटर जिन्होंने मुझे आपके साथ इस पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन में जुड़ने का मौका दिया, उन सभी का मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं, जिन्होंने मेरे को अपने व्यूज आपके साथ रखने का मौका दिया है। ये सर आपकी 6ठी एनुअल जनरल मीटिंग है, जिसके अंदर हम आपसे लास्ट 2018 में आपकी लास्ट 4th AGM पे मुलाकात की थी, मैंने आपसे एयरफोर्स ऑडिटोरियम में अंदर। सर मैं सबसे पहले मैनेजमेंट से सिर्फ इतना जानना चाहता हूं कि क्या हम इम्यूनिटी बूस्टर के ऊपर अपने किसी प्रोडक्ट के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं? क्या हमारा R&D सेक्टर इसमें कोई काम कर रहा है? यदि नहीं कर रहा तो क्या हम अपने मैगी सूप और माइलो के प्रोडक्ट को, ये चॉकलेट रेंज जो है उसके अंदर हम अपनी इम्यूनिटी बूस्टर प्रोडक्ट्स नए लॉन्च करने के बारे में कोई सलाह बना रहे हैं? इस बारे में थोड़ा बताएं। सर, आपने 2020 नवंबर में हमें 135% का डिविडेंड दिया है और 20 मई 2021 के लिए जो फाइनल डिविडेंड है वो 65% डिक्लेयर किया है। इसके लिए भी मैं मैनेजमेंट का काफी धन्यवाद करता हूं। चाहे वो पिछले लास्ट 2019 के मुकाबले कुछ कम है, लेकिन हम इसमें भी काफी सेटिस्फाइड हैं, जबकि लास्ट ईयर 180 रुपीज था। सर, कॉलम नोटिस के कॉलम नंबर 16 और 17 के अंदर मैंने जो एक बात पढ़ी है कि इस साल हमारे 63 लाख रुपीस जो हैं डिविडेंड के और 4,982 शेयर्स जो हैं आईपीएफ में चले गए हैं। इसके लिए सर मैं मैनेजमेंट के लिए काफी दुखद सोचता हूं कि मैनेजमेंट ने इस पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन में जिन शेयर होल्डर के शेयर्स आईपीएफ में चले गए हैं वहां से बाहर निकाल पाने काफी मुश्किल हो पा रहा है, क्योंकि हमारे भी कई कंपनियों के औरों के चले गए हैं। वहां पे सर किसी प्रकार की कोई सुनवाई जल्दी नहीं होती है। तो अगर सेक्रेटेरियल डिपार्टमेंट के अंदर एक ऐसी मैनेजमेंट गठित की जाए जिससे शेयर होल्डर के शेयर्स आईपीएफ में जाने से बच जाए, क्योंकि शेयर होल्डर को कई बार नहीं पता चलता या कईयों के एड्रेस बदल गए हैं और उनको इस बात के बारे में नहीं ज्ञात हो पाता, या कुछ लोगों के पास फिजिकल शेयर्स हैं, और इसके लिए सेक्रेटेरियल डिपार्टमेंट मिस्टर मुरली जी को और उनकी टीम को कुछ ऐसा एक एक्शन लेना चाहिए कि उनको एक कोई टीम बनानी चाहिए जिससे कि जो शेयर होल्डर है उनका डिविडेंड और उनके शेयर्स दोनों आईपीएफ में ना जाए, क्योंकि आज की डेट में हर शेयर होल्डर की जो पूंजी है वो बहुत ही मुश्किल टाइम से गुजर रही है। सर, हमने इस साल जो मैंने एनुअल रिपोर्ट में देखा है कि हमने 5 पीएस पे फोकस किया है, जो हमारी एनुअल रिपोर्ट के फ्रंट पेज पर ही है, पीपल, परफॉर्मेंस, पर्पस, प्लैनेट और पार्टनरशिप पर सर हमने प्रेजेंटेशन के ऊपर काफी काम हमारी टीम ने नहीं किया। सर, हमने, अगर मैं आपको थोड़ा सा अवगत कराऊं कि जो 2018 की एनुअल रिपोर्ट है उसमें जो हमने पेज नंबर 8 की पिक्चर है वही हमने इस साल उठाकर दो पेज नंबर 2 और 9 पर सेम टू सेम ऑलमोस्ट विदाउट एनी सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग की अवेयरनेस, और हम बिना किसी भी तरीके की हम लोगों को किस तरीके से अवेयरनेस दे रहे हैं इस बारे में भी हमारी मैनेजमेंट को सोचना चाहिए। हमने एम्प्लॉय की वॉलंटियर्स के लिए, फार्मर्स के लिए, सोशल इनिशिएटिव्स के लिए काफी अच्छा काम किया है। इस बात के लिए मैं मैनेजमेंट का बहुत ही धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। लेकिन जो हमारी टीम की जो नींव है, जो हमारी मैनेजमेंट की नींव है, जो शेयर होल्डर हैं, उनके लिए आपने कोई बैलेंस शीट में इस तरीके का कोई समिति गठित नहीं की कि अगर हमारे शेयर होल्डर में से कुछ लोग जो ऐसे हैं जो फाइनेंशियली सपोर्टिव नहीं है, अगर वो किसी तरीके से आप लोगों को किस तरीके से कम्युनिकेट करे जाए, क्योंकि अगर मैंने ये भी देखा है लास्ट 25 डेज के अंदर जो हमारे सेक्रेटरियल डिपार्टमेंट की बैकबोन थे मिस्टर राजेंद्र अग्रवाल जी, उनसे कोई किसी तरीके का लैंडलाइन पे भी कम्युनिकेशन जो हमारे रजिस्टर ऑफिस में वो भी नहीं हो पाया। आई अंडरस्टैंड दैट। मैं आपकी जो ये व्यक्तिगत भावना है इस टाइम उनकी सिचुएशन जानकर मुझे बहुत ही दुख हुआ है, और मैं उनके परिवार के लिए काफी ये चाहता हूं कि भगवान उन दिवंगत आत्मा को शांति दे। सर, और पेज नंबर 33 पर जो मैंने नोट किया है, इस जो हमारा अभी तक 2015 का हमारा कुछ केस जो चल रहा है उसमें 2845 मिलियन और 3554 मिलियन प्यूनिटिव डैमेज कंपनसेशन चल रहा है, जिसका हमारे यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया ने डिपार्टमेंट कंज्यूमर अफेयर्स में हमारे ऊपर एलिगेशंस लगा रखी हैं। उस केस में हमारी 2 साल पिछले काफी साल में कोई मैं देख रहा हूँ रिजल्ट निकल के नहीं आ पा रहा है, जबकि हमारी कंपनी ने तो उन केसेस को काफी रिजॉल्व कर दिया है, लेकिन हमारा जो अमाउंट है आई थिंक वो काफी बड़ा अमाउंट, ह्यूज अमाउंट फ्रीज पड़ा हुआ है। जहां तक हम अपनी सीएसआर एक्टिविटी की बात करते हैं तो आपने रिसाइकल ऑफ वाटर के ऊपर काफी अच्छा काम किया है। इस बात के लिए भी सर मैं मैनेजमेंट का बहुत ही देख के अच्छा लगता है, धन्यवाद करता हूं कि आपने लोगों में वाटर के लिए बहुत ही जागरूकता जगाई है। नहीं तो आने वाली जो हमारी जनरेशन है वो बहुत ही बड़ी प्रॉब्लम के अंदर आने वाली है। सर, हम अगर लास्ट 2015 की बात करें, जिस टाइम आपने अपनी कंपनी को ज्वाइन किया था, तो सर हमारी जो हमारी ग्रोथ थी वो इतनी स्लो डाउन पे थी, ऑलमोस्ट -21 पे हमारी चल रही थी, जो 2016 पे मैगी इंपैक्ट ऑफ मैगी इशू की वजह से हमने उस समय में भी जो शेयर होल्डर थे हम लोगों ने आपका उस समय भी पूरी तरीके से समर्थन किया और आप लोगों के अंदर अपना विश्वास बनाए रखा। और हमने देखा 2016 में हमने उस -21 से 2% की ग्रोथ हमने अचीव कर ली है। जो सर पेज नंबर 17 पर मैंने देखा कि ग्रोथ जो थी हमारी 0.6 से जो 2016 में थी वो ऑलमोस्ट 60 टाइम्स अचीव होकर 3.7 हो गई है 2020 के अंदर। सर पेज नंबर 19 के ऊपर फाइनेंशियल हाइलाइट्स के अंदर जो सेल्स हमारी 2050 में 81 मिलियन थाउजेंड थी वो दिस 2020 के अंदर 133 मिलियन थाउजेंड हो गई है। सर मार्केट कैपिटल और उसी पेज नंबर पे सर मैं एक बात थोड़ी समझना चाहता हूं मैनेजमेंट से कि जो मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन एट द एंड ऑफ द दिसंबर है 2015 में हमारी 5,61,535 थी, जो इस टाइम हमारी 4 टाइम्स हो गई है 2020 के अंदर 1,77,03,312। आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड दैट कि सर ये इतनी ज्यादा बढ़ाई क्यों है, जबकि हमारी जो मैनेजमेंट की इक्विटी थी प्रमोटर की पहले भी 63% की ऑलमोस्ट अप्रोक्सीमेटली थी, और जो हमारा स्मॉल इन्वेस्टर है वो पहले भी 4% की होल्डिंग गेन करता है, बाकी के सारे हमारे म्यूचुअल फंड और अनदर पर्सन हमारे शेयर होल्डिंग के पैटर्न में है। जो लास्ट ईयर का शेयर होल्डिंग पैटर्न देखे तो हमारा 1,05,000 का शेयर होल्डिंग पैटर्न था, जो इस साल 2020 के अंदर बढ़कर 1,55,000 हो गया है। 50,000 शेयर स्मॉल इन्वेस्टर ने हमारी कंपनी के अंदर इन्वेस्ट किया, जबकि हमारी शेयर के अंदर कोई खास एप्रिसिएशन भी नहीं आ पाई है, और किसी भी खास प्रकार से हमारी शेयर होल्डर के जो बूस्टर है वो भी नहीं आ पाया। जहां तक मैं बात करता हूं पेज नंबर 34 पे, सर मैं मैनेजमेंट की आपकी अच्छाइयां बहुत हैं, लेकिन इस बुराई के लिए मैं आपको इस बात के लिए काफी अपने आप को भी बहुत झुका हुआ महसूस करता हूं कि हमने इस फाइनेंशियल ईयर के अंदर इस पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन के अंदर 4 केसेस सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट के रिपोर्ट किए हैं, जिसके लिए आपकी समिति गठित है और आपने उनके ऊपर किस तरीके का एक्शन लिया। आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड दैट कि आपकी मैनेजमेंट को कुछ ऐसा खास एक्शन लेना चाहिए जो हमारे 7,700 एम्प्लॉइज हैं उन 4 केसेस में उनके ऊपर ऐसा इंपैक्ट आना चाहिए कि वो ऐसी कोई घटना करने के बारे में, जबकि हमारी गवर्नमेंट कितनी बार अवेयरनेस के प्रोग्राम चलाती है, हमारे बोर्ड के अंदर 3 लेडीज हैं ऑलमोस्ट, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी हम इस फाइनेंशियल ईयर के अंदर 4 ऐसे केसेस को रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। पेज नंबर 32 के ऊपर सर रुकिए 2 मिनट सर, मेरे थोड़े से पॉइंट्स हो रहे हैं सर, 1 मिनट प्लीज। सुरेश जी लास्ट ईयर भी मैंने आपके साथ ज्वाइन करने की कोशिश की थी और मैं आपके साथ ज्वाइन नहीं कर पाया था, मेरे थोड़े से पॉइंट्स और भी हैं, अगर आप उसे नोट कर लें तो मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी रहूंगा। पेज नंबर रुकिए,
ईमेल में डाल के मेरे को भेज दें तो आई विल बी हैप्पी टू।
मैंने मेल
क्वेश्चंस हैं
सुरेश जी, द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट इज सर on the page number 68, the miscellaneous expenses, we are every year increasing the miscellaneous expenses, and now this year we have reached at 1,370 million. I don't understand that what is the management committee do on the miscellaneous expenses. सर आपकी जो चेयरमैन सैलरी के बारे में बात करता हूं मैं, तो 2015 में जब आपने ज्वाइन किया था 24 मिलियन थी आपकी, जो नाउ एट दिस टाइम 172 मिलियन है। ओनली एट द टाइम ऑफ सिर्फ आपने 8 टाइम्स अपने 6 साल की कैरियर के अंदर अपनी सैलरी को सिर्फ 6 मल्टीप्लाई ग्रो किया है, ज्यादा नहीं किया है। इसके लिए भी मैं मैनेजमेंट का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। उसके बाद सर मैं बात करता हूं जहां तक हमारे डायरेक्टर्स की सीटिंग फीस के बारे में, उनमें इतनी तरीके की ग्रोथ नहीं देखेगी सेक्रेटरी किसी तरीके की। जहां तक हमारे मुरली जी की सैलरी की बात करें तो आपने 2018 से उनकी सैलरी की डिटेल एनुअल रिपोर्ट में देने ही बंद कर दिया है। उसके लिए मैंने उन्हें 2-3 बार मेल भी की है कि 2018, 2019 और 2020 की अपनी सैलरी डिटेल जो है शेयर होल्डर के साथ डिस्कस करें, जो कि आप बोर्ड के मेंबर हैं तो आपको एनुअल रिपोर्ट के अंदर उसको डिस्कस करना जरूरी है। आप मुझे लगता है इसको जरूरी नहीं समझते कि हमें उसके साथ डिस्कस करना चाहिए। पेज नंबर 77 के कॉलम नंबर 11 से सर मैं इन्वेस्टमेंट की म्यूचुअल फंड की बात करता हूं तो आपने 3109 करोड़ रुपए, 3109 मिलियन रुपीज जो 2020 में कुछ भी नहीं रह गए हैं। आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड कि 3109 मिलियन रुपीज वो जो कि 2015 में 3999 मिलियन थे, वो 2020 तक आते आते कुछ भी नहीं रह गए हैं। तो हमने ऐसी इन्वेस्टमेंट अपनी घटा दी है, और 1000 मिलियन की जो हमारी नेट बैंकिंग से अनदर इनकम आ रही थी, इस साल का हमारा 1000 मिलियन का 1000 मिलियन जो है हमारी इस साल की प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी के अंदर।
Kindly request you have a lot of questions. Kindly, it will be very happy for us to answer all these questions. There is no problem at all. kindly put them down in an email. We will have them all responded to you at the earliest. I think it is better because आप question पे प्रश्न पूछे जाएंगे or we will not be able to answer all the questions on the same time because you also got other shareholders who are also involved. We will give you the answers. Please put it in an email and send it. I will be very happy to answer all the questions that you have asked. Thank you very much.
Sir, may we move to the next question, sir?
Yes, please. And we will get the details from Mr. Chadda on all the questions that he has asked. I think he has asked quite a few questions. I think it will be impossible to answer all of them and keeping the respect of the time and the attention of all the other shareholders. We will answer it, but he will need to kindly give us the details that he wants to be responded to and answered. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite our next speaker member, Mr. Dipankar Purkiyastha from New Delhi, having client ID number 1204 7200 09417 188 to speak.
Can you hear me, please?
I can
Yes,
hear
sir,
you,
we
Mr.
can.
Purkar.
Okay. Good morning to all of you. Before I begin, I would just like to say that it was an unpleasant shock when the chairman announced the demise of Mr. Agarwal, the gentleman who worked in the investor relations department. And being a Delhi-based shareholder, I have interacted with him a number of times. So I would request you to please convey our condolences to his bereaved family. It was personally a great shock to me. Now, coming to my questions, I had already sent in advance by email a list of questions so that it could facilitate the collection of data and information. But anyway, I would just recap those questions for the benefit of other shareholders. First question of mine was that this capex of 2,600 crores, if you can give us the split between the greenfield expenditure at Sanad, the new factory, and the brownfield expansion at the existing factory. And if you can give the factory-wise breakup, that would be good. And then secondly, I would also like to know, after this capex program is completed, what will be the incremental volume in tons, business-wise? How much will milk products go up by? How many tons? How much will prepared dishes and cooked things go up by? How much will beverages go up? And how much will the confectionery business go up in physical terms? Third question on this capex is what is the timeline for completing this entire 2,600 crores? By what date are you likely to complete it? If you can give us, and are you currently on schedule or is there going to be a time overrun? In the annual report, there is a point which mentions that you have a target that in 2025 you will be having 100% recyclable and reusable packaging. So would just like to know currently where do we stand? What percentage are we at now if your target for 2025 is 100%? And I would also like to know what is the bottom line implications of this transitioning to 100%. Is this going to make our packaging more expensive? Is our cost of materials going to go up? If so, by how many percentage points, if you can throw some light? My third issue is, if I come to your note number 35, second part, where you have given the volume-wise figures of your different businesses, except your prepared dishes and cooking aids, where there has been a substantial growth in volumes. If I look at the other businesses, milk products, beverages, and confectionery, in tonnage or in volume, there is either negative growth or stagnation. So I did some research. I took out the last 10 years annual reports, and I find that even over 10 years, this position remains unchanged. The 10-year CAGR volume for milk products is minus 0.4%. For beverages, it is minus 2.4%. For confectionery, it is minus 0.6%. Prepared dishes and cooking aids is the star performer with 3.8%, which gives you an overall volume growth of 1.6%. No doubt in value terms, your other businesses have grown, but it is very disconcerting to see that consistently over a long period of 10 years, that your volumes in all other businesses are not growing. And your company has become very dependent on this prepared dishes and cooking aids. I'm unable to understand. I mean, your products are excellent in the other verticals also. So why are volumes not moving? If you can throw some light on that. Then on your balance sheet, every company, listed company, has to give figures of the dues to the MSME creditors. The reason being that we should not harass them by increasing their dues. But unlike all other listed companies, in Nestle, I find that your dues to MSME creditors are increasing at an exponential rate. It was 108 million on 31st December 18. It went up to 340 million on 31st December 19. And then it went up to 938 million on 31st December 20. Whereas if I look at your dues to the non-MSME creditors, that means the big guys, the dues are fairly steady. They are not showing any signs of increase. And this is a pattern which I have not seen in practically any other listed company. So why are we not treating our MSME creditors with sympathy? And finally, your e-commerce volumes have been growing, which is a very nice thing and very welcome thing. But I just wonder, why don't you start your own e-commerce site? Today, even B2B businesses, companies which manufacture ball bearings, electrical machinery, have their own web e-commerce sites. Apple has, ITC, which is also in the FMCG business, has an excellent e-shopping portal on their website. And from personal experience, I can tell you that in many tier 2 and tier 3 cities, there is a complete unawareness of your complete product range. For example, you have excellent cold coffees, but hardly anybody outside the metros is even aware of this product. So I would feel that having your own shopping site on your Nestle website would definitely boost volumes and would also, more important, give you some indication of the patterns which are emerging in consumption in the tier 2 and 3 cities. Why do you only want to depend on third-party e-commerce sites? You should do your own e-commerce site so that you have first-hand information on how the trends are moving. That's all that I have to say. Thank you for the time and good day.
I thank you very much for all the questions that you asked. I thank you for the goodwill in the company and also for your concern as far as the performance of the company is concerned. What I will do is that I will answer all your questions except for the one pertaining to MSME creditors, which I will request the CFO and Finance Director of the company, Mr. David McDaniel, to answer right after I have completed the answering of the other questions that you asked. Firstly, I'll pass on your condolences to Mr. Agarwal's family. It is a rude shock to the Nestle family, as indeed it is to his own, because he leaves behind two very young children. The capex of 2,600 crores would be implemented over the next 3 to 4 year period. This is primarily, more than 50% of this is going to be spent in augmenting our Maggi noodles manufacturing, and the balance will be divided between investments in the nutrition business and investments in the coffee business. As a consequence of this, the investment, the capacities in the noodle business will go up by about 20 to 25%, and it will also go up to the extent of 10 to 15% in both the coffee business and also in the confectionery business. So there is a fairly strong capacity build-up that we are seeing. The timeline for completion, as I mentioned to you, is the next 3 to 4 years. It is possible that in case we see the need to augment it towards a second phase, we might plan that. But at the moment, the investment of 2,600 crores is what is on the cards. The only greenfield site is Sanand, which is in Gujarat. The other investments are all in current manufacturing locations as well. Coming to your question as far as the reusable and recyclable is concerned, as of now, in 2020, we are plastic neutral as far as 3 of the critical brands are concerned, which is Maggi, Nescafe, and KitKat. That would roughly be about 50 to 60 odd % of the total plastics that would be utilized. We are working on the rest of it. in terms of both the material, which is using monolayer packaging material at the moment, which is better than the multi-layer packaging, but of course it is not biodegradable. So that is still a project that we are working on with Nestle globally to see how we can improve the quality of that packaging material. You are very right in pointing out that this would be an incremental cost because more bio-friendly packaging is always coming at a higher price. But at the moment, what we have done is to look at material cost advantages, economies of scale and efficiencies in the rest of the value chain to be able to absorb it. So therefore, we have not at the moment looked at any substantive changes in the pricing of the various brands that we have got. Coming to the volume evolution of the company, yes, Mr. Purkayastha, I think the last year has been rather testing as far as the company itself is concerned. We still get about 50% of our business, 46% of our business from the milks and nutrition business. There again, both these businesses have been doing reasonably well in value terms, but they do take time in terms of establishing the penetration. The coffee business actually is growing extremely well for the last 4 to 5 years. The impactor really has been the out-of-home business, which has taken a beating in 2020 and continues in 2021 because of the constricted opening of the various outlets that we have got. Chocolates and confectionery continues to be a strong growth. Year on year, there has been a growth both in volume and in mix terms. We are selling more of better value products in this. And that is the reason why, if you look at the corporate performance of the company in the last 13 to 14 quarters, it has been on relatively strong volume and mix growth. So I'm not here to contest the 10-year data that you've got. There is the analysis that you have done. But at least if you look at the last 15, 16 quarters, it has been quarters except for the quarter 2 of last year and overall last year, where the volume growth was muted. And I do admit that the pandemic did take its toll on the portfolio. Otherwise, we are enjoying relatively good growth. Also, it is instructional to note, Mr. Purkayastha, that in 8 out of the 9 categories in which we participate, we are market leaders by far. So therefore, there is a strong leadership position that we have that we will continue to maintain as we go forward. And with the opportunities opening up in Bharat, which is really the tier 2, tier 3 towns, as you rightly said, the awareness of the brands is probably lower, though our growth rates in the tier 2 and tier 3 towns has been 2x to 3x of the growth that we have enjoyed in the larger cities, especially during the last 2 to 3 years. So that gives us the confidence to be able to build up the infrastructure in the smaller towns. You will see that happening. I talked about it in my speech of covering 90,000 villages so far and extending it to 120,000 villages. All of this should hopefully be positive as far as the company is concerned. On e-commerce, I thank you for your comments. As we speak, we are evaluating the opportunity and the option of having a direct-to-consumer model, or indeed a business model where the company gets directly involved with consumers. It's being evaluated, and I think sooner than later we'll be able to come up with a proposition. Now I would request David McDaniel to kindly take the question on the MSME creditors and the position there. Over to you, David.
Thank you, and I hope my audio is live. So first of all, I can confirm that we have paid every supplier on time last financial year. We have.
You're muted, David.
Mr. McDaniel, we're not able to hear you, sir. Now we've lost your audio.
Okay, sorry. You can.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. And,
yes, sir.
Sorry for that. Right. So first of all, I want to confirm that we paid every supplier on time in 2020 financial year. We have a large increase in the payables to MSMEs because the government of India changed the scope on the 1st of July 2020, and which captured more MSMEs. We did a very extensive exercise contacting all the vendors and confirmed whether they qualified. And then we are capturing, as I said, a lot more of our vendors in this scope, but we have paid everybody on time within the 45-day limit, and very happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Purdai, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now invite our next speaker member, Chandravati Gathani and Sarbananda Gathani from New Delhi, having client ID number 43772046 to speak.
Good morning, sir. It is 11:45. Sir, I am a big fan of your chairman, sir. बहुत अच्छा लगता है. You have taking 5-6 साल से आप कंपनी को बहुत न्यू किए हो. I am a shareholder of more than 25 years, sir. A very loyal shareholder. Or diabetic. I am not allowed to eat Kit Kat, etc. And my daughter and my son are very favorite of your munch, everything. Kit Kat and Maggie तो शायद उसका सबसे favorite है. तो भी मैं 1-2 सिप मार ही लेता हूँ. Diabetes comes second, Kit Kat comes first. And think, sir, you are doing a lot of good thing for CSR. You have taken company to new heights. And now I've got some specific queries, sir. You are taking company. Our new plant is coming, and being from Calcutta, in Calcutta, our Mamta Di has come back. Do you have anything for Calcutta, sir? पहले यहाँ टाटा नैनो प्रोजेक्ट आया था, वो चला गया. But Ratan Tata has not left Calcutta. उसने टाटा कैंसर हॉस्पिटल और TCS का बहुत बड़ा चीज किया. I want to see Nestle, sir. Amit Shah is on record कि he will, if he would have come to power, वो कलकत्ता को, बंगाल को second financial capital बनाता after Bombay. But he is not there, so we don't need to limit anything. You are one of the pioneer in India, sir. I request you to set up something for Calcutta, sir, and I am looking forward to it. I am a 30-year-old shareholder of Nestle, and you have got lot of finance power, sir. Second thing, आप अभी CSR कर रहे हो. नरेंद्र मोदी is on record. मेरी माँ को बोलते हैं कि आप अपना सोना गहना दीजिए इस पैंडेमिक टाइम में. Your CSR amount is suppose 1,000 rupees. I request you to spend 2,000 rupees, sir. It doesn't matter much. तो ऑक्सीजन सप्लाई करिए, कहीं बेड लगवाइए, कहीं पे जो इमरजेंसीज है, सर, kindly do this, sir, in this pandemic time. Don't give us our dividend. Don't send the money to foreign countries. But please help India, sir. Please help. Narendra Modi cannot do everything himself. Mamta Di cannot do everything herself. We need companies like you, sir. And being a loyal shareholder for 30 years, I do have the right, sir. It is the first time I am meeting you, sir. So I am a big fan of yours. And for Calcutta, I would request you to do something, sir. Put some mega project, because Mamta Di is here for 5 more years. And let us put something, sir. Let us be positive. In Calcutta, I am a chartered accountant, and all my friends have deserted Kolkata. Why? Because we get 1,000 in Calcutta, we get 5 in Bombay. When I go to Singapore, I get 25,000. Hence, this is my humble request, sir. You are taking company to new heights. Our net profit is very good. Our dividend is very good. I would like to quote some figures, sir. Our profit after tax at 2,082 crore compared to 1,968 crore. In this pandemic time, you have done an excellent job, sir. 5.8% job. Your total tax 13,290 crore come to 12,295 crore, sir. Increased by 8%. I've got some further requests, sir. Please send me the sample of what the Nestle group makes. Whatever the charges, kindly let me know. I will send a DD to you, to the company secretary, sir. I want the entire sample. वो जितना भी बड़ा होगा, जो भी चार्जेस होगा, I am ready to pay. पूरा सैंपल एक साथ देखना चाहता हूँ. मेरी बेटी मैगी और बहुत अच्छी तरह आपका सैंपल अवेलेबल होता है, सर. Whether I am in Delhi, Bombay, Jaipur, Calcutta, I go regularly for outsourcing. बहुत अच्छी तरह, बहुत स्टेशन पे भी मिलता है, सर. इसका बहुत खुशी है मेरे को कि नेस्ले का प्रोडक्ट अगर मेरी बेटी 2 मिनट नूडल खाती है तो उसको 2 मिलता है, हर जगह मिलता है. और मैं एक साथ में 5-6 सैंपल शायद 100 रुपए का मंगा लेता हूँ कि मेरी बेटी को 5-7 दिन प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं हो। वो भी सीए फाइनल का एग्जाम दे रही है, रात को जाग के पढ़ती है। तो दिस एंड अनदर थिंग सर, कि मैं आपका फैक्ट्री देखना चाहूंगा। मैं अपने खर्चे पे आ सकता हूँ, बट आई डोंट वांट टू सर्व। ईस्ट इंडिया में अगर आपका कोई फैक्ट्री है या जो स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट है, हम लोग को लेके चलिए सर। माई हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट, आई कैन बियर द कॉस्ट ऑफ माई, बट कैन ऑल द शेयर होल्डर बियर? आई कैन बियर द फ्लाइट टू एंड फ्रो एंड होटल चार्जेस आई विल बियर। लेकिन आपको दिखाना होगा, यू हैव टू बी प्रेजेंट चेयरमैन। हम लोग आपके साथ देखना चाहते हैं, क्या हम लोग आपको इतना सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, आपको कहां से कहां ले आए। आई डू हैव द every nitty gritty of the company sir, and you are doing a splendid job. just थोड़ा सा हाथ और थोड़ा खोल दीजिए, CSR जो कर रहे हो उसको डबल कर दीजिए सर। नेस्ले 1-2 साल में हम लोग मरेंगे नहीं सर। we have lost lot of people and this second wave of pandemic I don't know कितनों को मारेगा सर, कितनों को मारेगा। my humble request sir, and stay healthy sir, और आप बहुत अच्छी तरह संचालन कर रहे हो। my last request, I need your visiting card chairman sir, and I need the CFO and company secretary's card, and my mobile number is with the your secretarial team. I hope to see your visiting card in half an hour in my WhatsApp number sir. Thank you very much sir, I support you and I am a very big fan of yours chairman. I hope you take the company to new heights. I am looking forward to the new plan and to visit the plan at your cost sir. I can bear the cost, but not all the speakers shareholders sir, and you must be there sir to show us the factory, what is going on in your mind sir. Thank you very much sir. Signing off, CA Sadananda Shastri, and do something for culture. My very humble request for Bengal sir. Lot of vacant land is here to do set up some factories sir. 5 साल के लिए ममता दी है, kindly support the big industries like you. टाटा नैनो चला गया whatever the things, but हम लोग यहाँ पे बहुत है सर, 5-6 करोड़ young people है. We are not having any jobs sir. Qualified people can earn, but not that much like in Bombay or when I go to Singapore or China. I earn far more there sir. So kindly come up here sir, and हम लोग का भी थोड़ा दाल रोटी चलाइए सर। रोटी तो मिल रहा है, थोड़ी थोड़ा घी लगाइए आप आकर के kindly. Thank you very much sir. Looking forward to your plant in West Bengal sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gitani. Thank you very much for being a loyal shareholder, for your goodwill for the company, for your kind words for the company. I think we are going through very difficult times. You are absolutely right in what you said, and I think as a company we are trying to do whatever is the best that we can on CSR. In the year 2020, we did go a little bit beyond what was the original budget of the company, and I think every endeavor, in fact, it was a unique year where almost 30% of what we spent on CSR actually went behind COVID relief. Normally, relief operations is not such a large proportion of the CSR spend of the company, but it was done because of the very difficult situation that the country was going through. But I give you my assurance, Mr. Gatani, that our hearts and minds and wallets will be open as far as the COVID relief is concerned. We have been blessed as a company in many ways with great shareholders, with loyal consumers, and with steadfast partners over decades. And I think we will try and rise up to the occasion as best as we can under the pandemic situation. You have very with a lot of passion, you put forward the plea for a factory in the east. Today we have reached the status of opening our 9th factory. The footprint of the company is expanding. As our portfolio expands, as our reach expands, as our growth expands, we will and we constantly keep looking at new opportunities for setting up factories, be it greenfield factories or expanding our current facilities. And I would like to assure you that the East is very much in the radar of the company. I cannot give you a timeline that this is exactly when it will happen, but I can assure you that we will give it a full look as to what the possibilities are in the East, because we do have a fairly strong footprint as far as the eastern part of the country is concerned. As far as visiting the factory is concerned, I think I would, while we don't organize for specific factory visits, we welcome you to, however, post-COVID, post the times when we will be able to hopefully meet as human beings and not be constrained by the virus. If you are visiting anywhere closer to our factory, it will be a privilege and pleasure for us to take you around. As far as my own personal involvement is concerned, I really do not know, because as of now, I'm not even privy to a post-COVID world and when that will happen. But I do hope, Mr. Gatani, that you and your family continue to do well, continue to keep safe, continue, and you're more than free to get in touch with me. I think it's not very difficult to establish the contacts with either me or with my colleague, Mr. David McDaniel, for you to seek any clarification or indeed any information that you need. I think our secretarial department is doing an outstanding job of keeping in touch with you, and they will, I can assure you, come forward and share anything that comes in the nature of a query or in the nature of a clarification or in the nature of a support that is sought by the shareholders. Thank you very much for your questions. Please keep safe. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite our next speaker member, Mr. Yashval Chopra from New Delhi, having client ID number 10592847 to speak.
Chairman, sir, am I audible? Am I audible?
Sorry to interrupt. Mr. Chopra, may we request you to please speak directly into the microphone?
Am I audible? Please confirm if I am audible.
Not very clearly. We will have our team speak with you separately and troubleshoot your line, sir. We'll reconnect you back.
Please let me.
Yes, please reconnect to Mr. Chopra after the next speaker. Okay.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you. We had a next question from speaker member Ravi Kumar Naredi from Bhilwara, having client ID number 10275573. However, he is not connected. Hence, we would move to our next speaker member, Ms. Celestine Elizabeth Mascarenas from Mumbai, having client ID 120514000090 to proceed.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Ms. Mascarenas.
Am I audible?
Very
Hello.
much, Ms. Mascarenas. Very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Respected Chairman and MD Suresh Narayan, ED Mr. David MC Daniel, other very honorable directors and also women directors, many of them in the physical meetings I would meet, especially Rupa Kadwa of ex-Cresil and Swati and Bijapur. So nice to see all on the screen. And also I greet my fellow shareholders who are attending this virtual meet. My name is Mrs. C.E. Mascarenas. Greetings to one and all. First of all, I'll thank our company secretary, Mr. B. Murli and his team for bringing such a good layout of the annual report and sending it by email, and also helping me in attending this virtual meet, which becomes very difficult had Chorus not given the support system, because many of the meetings I am finding only that problem of the password. So thank you very much. And I hope we seniors, we find very difficult because of the password. So in CDSL, it is easy, not NSDL. Now coming to the annual report, it is very colorful, many pictures, exhaustive, self-explanatory, at the same time adhering to all the norms of corporate governance. I come to the working, revenue up, being FMCG, PBT PAT up, and a dividend of 200 per share is really very good, because we had a big lockdown. I don't know how many days our company was in lockdown during this COVID period. Now we look, like earlier shareholder said about bonus, but since you gave some explanation, I will not ask for it, because I feel justified because we are debt free and have a good market cap. So if it is given in the future, it is very welcome for shareholders like minority shareholders like us. Now I congratulate you and the whole team for all the awards, accolades, recognition received during the year as listed in page number 25 of the report. Also, excellent, good CSR work as shown in the report. Congratulations to all, especially the work done in this COVID times. I mean, we cannot think the lay people, the corporates, everybody contributing whatever might to this pandemic is really, it shows the humanity to mankind and all. Very good, keep it up. Now my query, sir. We are having 3,400 permanent employees, 4,000 contractual, and altogether including 893 women. And the average age of these people, of the employees, are 36 years. Sir, I would like to know how many got affected by COVID and how many fatalities. Of course, Agarwal's we came to know from you. And of course, attrition you have answered. But I want to ask you now, how many new recruits were taken during this pandemic? Like many of the IT companies, my hats up to Hexaware, they recruited really very number of recruits. So if you could just give me some percentage also, okay. Now my second question is, how much percent of our production is contract manufacturing, and what percent of our total sales or production is spent on R&D? Where is the R&D situated? In which plant or which place? My third question is, what is the capex for the next 3 years with COVID in mind? We have already 7 plants at different locations, and now the work of Sanad is going on. Maybe you said just now at the end of the year it will be ready. My question is, these 7 plants, what is the capacity utilization of these 7 plants? Are they full 100% or more than 100%? You know, because that has warranted you to put a plant in Sanad. So if you could share this, I would be very happy. Now, number 4, promoters holding is about 62.76. Any intention of the promoters like HUL did to increase their holding? Because some from foreign is also sitting. So if you could just throw some light, and if any case, if the buyback or something because of promoter, see that Indian shareholders are given a good value, because we are depending now more on the equity than in interest. So this is my request to you all. Lastly, this is something like my own for myself or for shareholders like me. See, I have shares in the physical form, and now we have understood demat is important, because your physical certificate is become just like a waste paper. And when we go to lodge these for dematting, we get endless problems like signature differs, what, you know. I would, even in Nestle, I am having other companies, starters have given me a lot of support. So I request our secretarial team, especially Mr. B. Murli, as and when I cannot go out to the DP and get it done and all. So when our lockdowns and all will go and we can be like little safe, so I will be doing. So please, I would request Mr. Murli to assist me. Like, I get such stupid like signature differs and whatnot, you know. So please to assist. I have been shareholder for very long, more than 30 years. But the trouble is, I could not attend. I could not come to Delhi or wherever it is. In Bombay meetings, I do attend. So I am very happy. This is the first time I could take part in this meeting. I could see all of you all. I said this opportunity I should not miss, because we don't know next year if it, inshallah, if everything comes in order, then we may have the physical meeting. There will be somebody saying that parallel you keep virtual also, like our Infosys were doing, and I was watching the virtual from Mumbai, some hotel and all. I would watch it. So lastly, I have supported all the resolutions. After all this magnitude and violating of the COVID-19 pandemic has shaped the contours of a new national, where our company has devised 5 P's, namely purpose, planet, partnership, people, and performance, which will form the cornerstone of our success. Sir, any more P will you add with this new pandemic, the second pandemic, which is more morbid and which has got more vibrance? Some are 2, some are 3. So, do you wish to add some more P's for with this COVID involved? Wish all our team, you sir, and all other Nestle team, the good health, and praying that our COVID will disappear from the face of the earth as early as possible. We are always praying, and that is the only way I feel myself. With this, I thank you for giving me a patient hearing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mrs. Bhaskar. Thank you very much for your very, very kind words. To answer your last question, what are the P's that I would add? I think it's something that I hope resonates with all of us. I would add P for prayer and P for peace. I think prayer and peace are the two most important elements, far more important than whether companies thrive, survive, do well or don't do well. I think as human beings, this is what will keep us together at this time. So my prayers, Mrs. Bhaskaranas, for the safety of you and your family. And I thank you very much for your very, very kind words on the company. I am privileged to see you on virtually, but you have been a shareholder of us for many decades. And I do hope that we have served you well. I will take your questions very quickly. You talked about whether we have created any new jobs. You'll be happy to know, Mrs. Bhaskaranas, that during this COVID period, almost 500 new people have joined this company. So therefore, there has been, we have not retrenched anybody. Nobody has lost their job. Nobody's salary has been cut. Nobody has been, to the best of my knowledge, been made to go through any kind of hardships. We are as compassionate, as empathetic as possible under very, very difficult circumstances. But as you would know, Mrs. Bhaskaranas, this is not under our control, and unfortunately, we have had our losses in the family as well. As I speak to you, we have lost more than 8 people in the pandemic. 8 of my colleagues have unfortunately passed away. One of them, of course, Mr. Rajendra Agarwal, whom I talked about, and who's an inextricable part of shareholders for the last almost 3 decades in this company. Some of them are leaving behind very young families. The youngest is 39 years old. He leaves behind a 1-year-old child, and it is a very, very painful time for the company, for me as the head of the family, and for all of us as we try and cope with this uncertainty and with this the devastating pandemic. So 500 new people we have recruited. Many of them, Mrs. Bhaskaranas, you'll be happy to note, are indeed women. In fact, at our plant in Sanand, it is going to be more than 50% women. So we'll have more women in the company to help us on our journey forward. As a company, Mrs. Bhaskaranas, we are very much focused on food quality and safety, and therefore we have a strong bias in favor of our own manufacturing. So unlike many companies who will have 200 co-manufacturers, we are a company that is very, very conservative, and we would rather produce it ourselves, because that is the only way we can guarantee the quality and safety at all points in time. However, we do use for some of our brands some co-manufacturing facilities. So roughly more than 90% of what we sell would be produced by us, and about 10% would be what we would get through other manufacturers. But these are all people, Mrs. Bhaskaranas, who have been working with us for a long, long time, and they are all within the quality standards of the company. So Mr. Matthias Lohner, who's the executive director on the board of the company, is also the technical director of the company. Under his supervision, there is a lot of very, very strong process and very, very strong disciplines that we put in, so that nothing that is remotely unsafe can ever come out, or of a second-rate quality that can come out and be sold to consumers. On R&D, we have an R&D facility in India. close to our head office in Gurgaon. It's a place called Manesar. This is a global R&D facility, so it is not part of Nestle India. It's a global facility that is put in there by Nestle from Switzerland. But it tells you the importance of R&D in the context of South Asia. So we are one of the customers as Nestle India with this R&D center, where quite a few new product ideas and new technologies are developed for the company. And I think that is something that I'm extremely proud of. On CapEx, we have decided to, despite the COVID situation, despite the uncertainty, we are committed to investing 2,600 crores over the next 3 to 4 years. As I had answered the earlier shareholder, Mr. Purkayastha, I think this is being spent across different parts of the portfolio, the culinary, the foods portfolio, the coffee portfolio, the nutrition portfolio, and we do hope that we will be augmenting. It therefore means, Mrs. Mascarenhas, as you rightly said, that we are reaching capacity utilizations in some of our factories, which is why we are putting in this additional capex. In some categories, we are running at more than 90%, and therefore we are putting the facilities very quickly in order to augment the capacities to meet the demand. And our brands, Mrs. Mascarenhas, are quite strong at this moment, and therefore I think the demand being relatively strong, we are trying to serve the consumer as best as we can in the pandemic situation. Not easy, but nevertheless, my people are passionate about what they do, and it is my pride to share their story with you. As far as the current moment is concerned, there is no proposal or there is no thinking on the table to increase the parent stake in the company. There has been no thinking on that account. Of course, this is always an evolving space, so I can't give guarantees for the future. But I can tell you that at the moment there is no thinking on those lines at all. So I thank you once again, Mrs. Mascarenhas. Prayerfully, I hope that you and your family remain safe, and I thank you very much for your good wishes for the company and for its employees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now invite our next speaker member who's reconnected, Mr. Yashval Chopra from New Delhi, having client ID number 10592847 to speak. Mr. Chopra, may we request you to unmute your microphone and please speak, sir?
But you said that you will get it unmuted. Have I have to unmute?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Please proceed.
Well, I'm deeply depressed, Mr. Suresh Narayan, for the demise of my friend, Mr. Rajendra Agarwal. The man was a big bridge between the Delhi shareholders and the company secretary. And he was a very, very big protective shield for Mr. B. Murli, because he never let us go to Mr. Murli. He said, whatever the problem, just tell me. I'm shareholder of the company for the last 30 years, and I'm a speaker on this dais for more than 15 years. But I can say it that I could not make any kind of interaction with Mr. Murli because Mr. Rajendra Agarwal was there. He was a very, very nice person. I can say for him कि वो गुड़ नहीं दे सकता था, लेकिन गुड़ जैसी बात करता था. He was a person who could handle the shareholders in a very, very practical way. So we have lost a gem of the person, and I don't know how long it will take to get a person replaced in front of him. Before I proceed, lest I may forget, I take your permission to offer my special thanks to Dr. Swati Piramal for listening to me in the last AGM. So I may forget it during my discourse. So that is why I just have taken that point. Thank you, madam. Sir, I am an ex-employee of Indian Oil Corporation, retired 24 years ago on 30th April 1997. And I have to just say that my company has a welfare employees fund, and for that they are looking after the interest of all the existing as well as the retired employees, and every employee is given a cashless medical card, and our company is maintaining a contract with almost 30 leading hospitals in NCR, and also in other cities like Bombay, Madras, and Calcutta, and all that, because they say that the employee's asset, this asset valuation of an employee, that is supreme. So, sir, in this case, I just say, if you want to give the real condolence for Mr. Rendra Agrawal, so give a chance of placement to his children. I think his son is a qualified CA, so you can very well adjust him in your company. So, and before proceeding that, the second more important point for the employees, that our Mr. Murli may be getting superannuated in a year or so. So after his superannuation, please let not allow him to go home. You have him on your board as a even as an independent director, all that, because the precious experience he is having it, that will be of very much useful for the company. So we must keep that thing in mind. So that is the second point. The third very important thing I am going to tell you, sir, that you have to revamp your PR department. You have given so much sponsorship. Even the best program, musical program today is going on, that is Indian Idol. And at the end of the show, we just note down when he reads the name of 10, 15 companies. I came to know that even Nestle is our one of the company. I got pained to find out that Baba's Patanjali, he has offered just one or two hampers, and that hamper is on every show is being shown by the anchor, and the actor is called, and they say, this is a hamper from Patanjali containing this thing, go and use it, enjoy it. And you must know that program is seen by crores of people. Even I got the call from California from my sister, and the other call from San Francisco from my brother, and the third call from Sydney from my younger brother. They say that episode of Ramayana where Baba was invited, he has stolen the show. Though he is also sponsored like Nestle and other companies, but that product and that Patanjali has reached to the minds of crores of people. Whereas we are also sponsor. Why could not we also make some hamper and just put it for those actors who are doing the fantastic job? But please keep it. The hamper must not contain only those promotional 5 rupees or 10 rupees munch, because that quality of hamper which I had seen last year, that was the most ridiculous, and I think better that such hampers should be discarded. And because our company is not a small company, when you give something as a respect to somebody, so that should look that the company has really respect for you. So to proceed further, it was said that charity begins at home. That is a wrong concept. But I say now, the charity must begin from home. And our company, which has been giving crores of rupees to the NGOs and all that, they should give some amount to all these hospitals, and they should have the Nestle award for at least 10% in almost all the hospitals. And whenever a person goes there and sees Nestle award, so automatically that will be publicity. God forbid if any of our employees is in need of such a problem, he will definitely get a better treatment than the common people. So you have to think that in the name of CSR, you have to choose the important hospitals with the big long chain and give them handsome amount to have a award by the caption Nestle award, so that all our employees, even our distributors, everybody connected with the company, and may in the hour of need may use that. Otherwise, let the people enjoy that. That is a very good cause. So, sir, mainly these were 2 points, but the very important thing I would like to say, the other day when I got registered as a speaker, I just got the call the next day Sir, in all your speeches, you are using three words: excellent management, excellent governance, and investor friendly. Please justify that thing before going over there. I said, I am a shareholder of the company for the last 30 years, and for the 30 years, the company has not seen back. Every year, the company is coming with a growth, better turnover, better profits, better EPS, better ROC, better dividend. So, why should not I say excellent? He say, sir, but you have also said that share price is the barometer of the strength of the company. Now just compare that the share price of the competitors of the company, where that has gone, and our company is just in the circle of 15,000 to 17,000. 15,000 is the support level, 17,000 the resistance level. So it is not crossing the resistance level. And every year you say in your meeting that it will touch 20,000, it will touch 20,000. Where is that 20,000? I just told him this is the COVID time. The company is not in position to make the full production capacity. The company's marketing staff has to take all kinds of precautions just to reach all those far off corners and all that. So that's the thing. And that they replied, is this COVID to 2020, which was the best year for the food products, is it only for Nestle? Why it is not for Jubilant Food? Why it is not for Hindustan Lever? Why it is not for Dabur? Why it is not for Patanjali? Why it is not for the Agrotech? So I said, anyhow, it's difficult for me to reply to your query. I will forward the same to the management. Let the management speak and let you listen. The second thing was their objection was investor friendly. They say, how it is investor friendly? Do you remember any year when the company has declared the bonus? Do you remember that the company is any time offering those right offer, or the company is just giving any buyback offer? Oh, you see, it is investor friendly because it is just giving dividend without any. It has this very solid dividend track record, and that also they are giving in the installments, so that you have not to wait for 360 days to get the dividend. They said that dividend policy is the penny for us, pound for their parents. So that is made for their parents, not for us. So please convey to them that we want something they must show us as friendliness. Then what is your suggestion? They say those shareholders who were enjoying this AGM as a festival, they have been debarred. There are so many people whose earning was for the full year when they would go there and they would buy it and all that. And so, sir, just request them to offer at least a discount of 20% below the dealer price for the maximum purchase of 5,000 rupees to all the employees, to all the shareholders. So that was the request they had made. So I said, okay, I will commit to it. Sir, before I wind up, I have not spoken much on the statistical data of the company. The reason behind is that I am a person in the super senior category and I cannot read out your balance sheet which is in the digital form. I would request you to please send me a copy of the company's balance sheet in just on the paper form, so that I can study that, I can read it, I can review it, I can understand where the company is going. So, sir, in the end, I wish you best of luck, and to all my employees, to all my directors, to all the person concerned with the company. So I wish Sarve Bhavantu Sukhi Nam, Sabhi Sukhi Ho, because if this time you ask me, I will say what I will say कि देंगे वही जो पाएंगे इस जिंदगी से हम, इस दुनिया से हम, इस दुनिया में इस वक्त जो है पाने के लिए क्या है, इस दुनिया में जो है वो इस वक्त हम इतने दुखी हैं. And sir, this problem is not going to end so soon. Even yesterday, the researchers, the doctors have said that the third wave is just coming. So second wave has taken so many. We do not know how strong the third wave will be. सो सर क्या कहते हैं, कभी खुद पे कभी हालात पे रोना आया, और जो निकली जो दिल से बात, हर बात पे रोना आया। सो इसलिए ऊपर वाले से प्रार्थना करो और अपने एम्प्लॉइज को ही सेव करने की कोशिश करो, तो दैट विल बी ए वेरी वेरी बिग इंपॉर्टेंट एक्ट ऑफ CSR, and for that you have to help those hospitals and also get your beds reserved for them. So sir, with all the best wishes for you and your members, I pray God to bestow positivity on you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's always a privilege and honor for me to hear you. You're a very old, very respected shareholder. I've had the privilege of interacting with you in person. So that's bad. It has to be virtual. I thank you very much for the words that you have expressed and heartfelt words that you expressed for Mr. Rajendra Agarwal. Indeed, he was a pillar of investor relations. It's very difficult, Mr. Chopra, to replace a person like him. 27 years, he knew all of you by name. He knew your families. He knew your likes, your dislikes. He knew everything. And he had an elephantine memory. He remembered everything about everybody. So I think for Mr. Murli and for the secretarial department, it's a huge loss. We will have to make amends with it, but we will never be able to replace him. I can only tell you that Mr. Murli is also a pillar of the company, and we will not let go of pillars of this company. So you have my assurance that his services and whatever he is doing for the company will be honored, will be respected, will be taken care of. I thank you for your suggestions. This is the when help and support to the families of our employees is most important. I am very happy to tell you, Mr. Chopra, in our own small way, we have now started the provision of providing oxygen concentrators, serving hospitals. We suffered because we were unable to find hospital oxygen and ICUs for people. Not because we don't have the relationship, but it is that the whole country was helpless at this time. And I think it is very, very sad to see what has happened. But we have done both in terms of tying up with a global company for helping us with infrastructure, also for oxygen concentrators. We have tied up with Apollo Hospital to provide beds for our people in the case of an emergency. So you can, Mr. Chopra, that as the head of the Nestle family, I'm trying to do my very best under the circumstances to see that we are able to support our people, because you are absolutely right. Jahan hai to jahan hai. We can have all the wealth in the world, but if you don't have a life, there is no point in doing this to any extent. I thank you for your feedback on the sponsorship. I will definitely take this forward with my and how best we can involve ourselves so that we are able to get a more response rather than depending on it being just an involvement for the company. I really believe that we will enhance. I think the management of the company is committed. This is a continuous. So I will not say that we have achieved excellence. We are on that journey, and I have to be humble enough to understand that this is a process of continuous improvement. Where we were in 2015 and where we are in 2021 is very different. Now I know that the expectations are there from all of you on me and my team can only do a good performance, and beyond a good performance, how it is perceived and how it is seen is not under our control. So I cannot promise you a rose garden when there is no rose garden. It is still a difficult context, but all I can assure you, Mr. Chopra, is that the heart, the mind, and the head of the company is very much towards trying to grow our business as well, and to be resilient, because when you are resilient, you don't show result, you show steady. And I want to have an organization where our hands are steady, where our hearts are strong, and where we are compassionate. And I believe that that's really the message that I have received from an elder shareholder like you. I thank you for your blessings. I thank you for your good wishes, and I hope and pray that your family are safe at this time. We don't know how much loss this pandemic will take. People are talking about a third wave as well. So you and I can only pray and keep ourselves safe and hope that nothing happens to the families that are dependent on us and that we are part of. Thank you very much, Mr. Chopra. Please take care and remain safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker member who had pre-registered, Mr. Murlidhar Talreja from Delhi, having client ID number 10578802, has not connected. Hence, we would move to our next speaker member, Mr. K. Raja Venkata Subramaniam from Chennai, having client ID number 1301-24000-5401-893 to speak.
Good afternoon, Chairman and the Board of Directors. My first appreciation is for the team, which has given the product, the new product Nescafe Sunrise Decoction. This is an excellent product. The product is, the aroma is so good that it is even better than a filter coffee. Being a South Indian, I am narrating about this. Just any launch plan of Nestle Malt? Because again, I have grown up on Nestle Malt. So is there any launch plan of Nestle Malt? That's my second question. The third one is how do we ensure that inputs received in our manufacturing locations are free from COVID-related virus infection? Now, I'm sure we have put checks in the place, but how do we ensure that these inputs, because it is coming from various locations, how do we ensure that it is free from infection before it is taken up for processing? Are we doing some quarantining of these inputs or something like that? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very nice to see you, and very, very happy to have your questions. I hope you and your family are safe. I think I will take on your question on Nestle Malt, but I would like to and also take your compliments for Nescafe Sunrise Decoction. I will pass it on to the product team. They will be very, very enthused by your comment, and coming from a discerning South Indian filter coffee drinker, I think it's the ultimate kudos that we can get to have a product that is comparable. I would like to request, because you must hear it from the most competent authority within the company, I will request my colleague Matthias Lohner to kindly answer your query, which is also a concern on inputs that are being received from outside. How do we ensure that these do not have any infection in them? So over to you, Matthias, if you can kindly very quickly answer this question, and then I will take the question on Nestle Malt.
Yeah, thank you very much, Suresh, and thank you very much for the question, Mr. Subramaniam. Indeed, these are unprecedented times, and we have taken all the preventive steps in all our manufacturing sites to ensure not only the safety of our employees and their families, but of course also of the products that we manufacture there. The safety and the health of our people is paramount for us, and right now the entire focus of the organization is on to handle the situation in a way to minimize the exposure, to minimize the casualties, and of course to ensure the well-being of our employees and their families. Broadly, we have taken preventive steps in the following categories. We do temperature screening in all units, all people that enter, our employees, the contractors, and as well the very, very few visitors that we still do allow to enter. They undergo temperature screening so that we do find all the symptomatic cases. We ensure social distancing. All office workstations have been revalidated and have a distance of around 2 meters to ensure that we have no contamination or contraction from one to the other. In addition, special provisions have been made in canteen and social blocks to respect the new norms. Hand and respiratory hygiene. All staff has been provided with appropriate PPEs, such as masks and adequate provisions of sanitizers, as well as hand washing provisions. Disinfection and sanitation is also important. Disinfection and sanitation of the entire premises before start of work and thereafter at regular intervals takes place with the appropriate cleaning materials and technologies. Last but not least, also training and awareness. Extensive training has been carried out for all personnel to raise the awareness levels to ensure that practices are implemented in all earnest. The suitable HR policies, provision of special leave for quarantining personnel where it is required, in interest of their safety and that of their fellow colleagues. This is paid that is over and above the regular leave allowance of the employees. We are convinced that with the above, we have a very, very comprehensive plan that protects our people and ensures also the safety and the quality of all the products that you manufacture day in and day out. I hope I have answered your question, Mr. Subramaniam. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias. I will briefly take the question on Nestomalt. As you know, Raja, the company are global in the malted food drinks category. It is something that at the moment we have got Milo in the market, but constantly we keep evaluating the space in the area in the children's nutrition area. We have brands like Nangro and Lactogro and Ceregro that are also participating in this space, and also now we have got Milo. We will look at this space relatively, and since the company has got enormous strengths in terms of product and nutrition and R&D capabilities, including an R&D facility in India, this is an area that we will be exercising our minds, and hopefully sooner than later you will see initiatives coming. So thank you Raja for your questions, and please keep safe, and please in Chennai. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite our next speaker member, Mr. K. Sadananda Shastri from Bengaluru, having client ID number 11702-201 to speak. Over to you, Mr. Shastri.
Hello, are you hearing?
Yes, we
Hello?
can.
Shall I start, sir?
Yes, Mr. Shastri.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Because I am waiting from 10 o'clock. That's why I am saying good morning. I am Sadananda Shastri from Bengaluru. First of all, this virtual meeting does not serve any purpose, sir. It is spoiling the cream of the physical meeting, that is AGM. I am minimizing my comments and views. There is no lengthy appreciation or depreciation. I will stick to this one as per our auditor report, your report only. Sir, according to page number 7, your ambition to start reusable, recycling, packaging. Of course, it is the need of the hour to minimize garbage and polluted atmosphere. Wrappers and covers, packaging materials are seen everywhere on the streets and roads. Try to achieve soluble in soil and dissolvable in water that materials. And now the page number 19. Except 2015, sales are increased constantly. but growth of operating profit has no corresponding increase. Why? During 2017-18, there is a growth of 3%, but in 2020, hardly 0.06%. Gross profit drastically reduced compared to 2018. What are the factors? I want to know. Page number 22. You have said that you are going to invest 26 billion for new project to augment the capacity to new height. Whether it is expansion of existing project or a new project, I am very much interested in this Sanand project because it resembles my name, Sadanand. Sir, actually, milk production in a country is increasing. There is a problem to know how to use the overproduction. Why can't company can take this as a priority and increase the milk products, the manufacturing the milk products, variety products also. Page number 27. You have said company's priority, quality and safety. Why can't you add hygienic also? Page number 43, your balance sheet. Other equities showing a drastic reduction of 16,000 million. What is the difference? You have not sent me the previous report to know it. And also, your AGM you are conducting at Delhi. We are not in a we are not in a position to attend there. So, which will not reach us also. Sir, company's plant and machinery reduced by 15,000 million, but the status quo is maintained in depreciation expenses, that too similar amount to the last year, that is 3,703 million. Why it is so? Sir, the company is maintaining heavy cash balance, that is cash equivalents also. This time 5,000 million more even. Why and what is the reason for your investment in bank deposits that amount for a cheaper rate of interest? Why can't you deploy these funds for as commercially? Page number 61. Age-wise classification has not been given in case of trade receivables. Many funds, that is many receivables may go doubtful and bad also. Provision has not been made so far. So how you will compile and consider in the next course of your accounting purpose? Sir, one more request from me. Please give priority to shareholders from South India also. And please send me the copy of the physical annual report for my reference. Thank you very much, sir. See you in the next physical meeting at your Delhi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sadananda Shastri. Thank you very much for your questions. What I will do is I will be requesting my colleague, Mr. David McDaniel, to take the questions on other equity, on the plant and machinery and the depreciation charges, on the cash balance and on the investment strategy of the company, and also the classification to give on whether there is anything of a risky nature in this. He would take on these 4 areas, and then I will answer your other question on quality, safety on the. So over to you, David.
Okay, thank you very much. So taking them in and perhaps in reverse order, the trade receivables balance is increased in line with the company's business and the evolution of the customers between certain channels. So we have slightly different trading terms sometimes, depending on where we sell our products. There is a small credit risk provision there. We have reviewed it very carefully. We have no overdues in our general trade business whatsoever. It's a cash business. and we're very comfortable that we are collecting very efficiently and on time, and again, this is regularly reviewed. If I take the cash balance, cash balances are a function of the profit of the company and how much we are spending on inventories and on capital expenditure, for example, i.e. non-profit and loss items, or not immediately profit and loss items, and also how much we are dispersing as dividends and the timing of those disbursements. So we have a lower average liquidity in 2020 than in 2019, approximately 7 billion rupees lower. But the timing of that, that moves during the year. Also, we've seen a very large drop in the yields that are coming from different financial instruments. So we have an average yield of 6% in 2019 and I believe 4.7% in 2020. So these two factors, a lower average liquidity and lower yields, are dropping our financial income. That wasn't exactly your question. Your question was about the cash balances. The cash balance will arise depending on the timing of those other expenditures that I mentioned earlier. And where we put that cash is a subject of continuous review by our treasury team. And of course, our strategy is approved by the board as well from time to time. If I can take the fixed assets and depreciation, our fixed assets are very well utilized now, as Mr. Narayanan has said, and that's the cause or the happy reason why we're now embarking on a new capital investment program to expand our production capacity. Because those assets are well utilized, well, they are rather old in some cases, and they are fairly well depreciated. And the depreciation is some of those assets are dropping off depreciation lives right now. So depreciation is dropping to some extent as those assets are being fully depreciated. But we have in 2020 seen an increase of capital expenditure quite significantly over 2021, and so those fixed asset balances will be coming up again. I hope I have answered your question. And what was the fourth area again? Suresh, trade receivable, other equity. Where is that in the annual report? Sorry, I'm looking for that. Can I come back to you on other equity? I would like to write to you in more detail afterwards, if that's possible, please. I don't have an answer with me to hand.
Okay, so I think we can respond to Mr. Shastri on his query on other equity. As far as your other queries are concerned, Mr. Shastri, as far as capital investment is concerned, we have announced 26 billion 3 to 4 years. This is going primarily into one major greenfield site, which is Sanand, which is going to be augmenting our capacity for noodles, and also it is going behind coffee, to a certain extent, chocolates and confectionery, and also nutrition. All of these are in the stage of augmentation of capacities. That's because capacity utilizations that we are at the facility, greenfield site, and there are 2 or 3 other brownfield sites in some sense that are being the beneficiaries of this capital investment. Your query on safety and why we don't include the word hygiene at Nestle. Mr. Sambli, hygiene is part of both quality and safety. If a food company of our size and scale is not hygienic in its operations, there is no way in which we can ensure quality. And that's why, to an earlier shareholder's response, I had said we manufacture a lot of this because of the concern for quality. Is an essential element of it. Both process, infrastructure, and hygiene, and therefore we have chosen to highlight hygiene separately, because hygiene is part of both quality and safety. And for noodles, it is essential. The brands have the kind of reputation, because whatever you eat or drink of us, is fundamentally a brand that is both of the highest quality, also the highest hygiene. On milk products, I think you have got a very good suggestion. We are trying to expand volume to nutrition products, health that involve milk, and also ready-to-drink products. So these are the three areas where we are expanding. Again, during the pandemic, we have had mixed results. It has not been that aggressive or active because the focus has been to really ensure that the core of the company, the core of the business activities happen. But this is an area that we will be working on aggressively for the future. I thank you, Mr. Shastri, for your suggestions. On sustainability, I think reusability, recyclability, and also the journey of sustainability is a continuous journey for us. We mandate 25. We will have either fully recyclable, reusable, and I think that is the journey we are on. We have already achieved for 3 of our major brands plastic neutrality in 2020, and we will be aggressively strategy just for an end in itself, but as you very rightly said, because of the state of hygiene and pollution in our cities, whatever we can do, and we are conducting different programs, especially in the hill stations of the country, to ensure that we bring about, in cooperation and in conjunction with the local authorities and with the garbage collectors, a greater awareness and a greater process as far as recycling, collection, and disposal is concerned. As you rightly said, this is a huge area that is even more important sometimes than just replacement of plastics. So this is a journey that we'll be on. I think for your equity would be answered through a correspondence with Mr. David McDaniel will have with you to clarify your questions fully. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now invite our next speaker member, Mr. Jasmeet Singh from New Delhi, having client ID number 11054740 to speak.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है जी आपको?
आ रही है जसमीत जी, आ रही है।
धन्यवाद जी, ये आपने कंफर्म किया। चेयरमैन, CFO, head stakeholder committee, head CSR committee, and my co-shareholders. Good afternoon to everyone. I am currently representing and speaking on behalf of 4 other shareholders, Manmohan, Preetam, Simran, Hagun, as we share the common sentiments and support the management for the resolutions. I may take a couple of minutes more than the suggested time by the chairman to read out our common note. Reading the annual report, I felt proud of what our company has achieved even while sailing through the pandemic. As an investor, I am happy to see my investment growing. Also, I am satisfied to see my company's contribution to various sections of the society in these harsh and hard times, and this deserves applause. Happy to listen and to know the growth triggers on which the company is working, which will eventually grow our investments. I confirm that I don't have any questions on the audited balance sheet, though I have some points to make for the company to note and adopt. First point, while we have grown in terms of revenue thanks to the linear increase in prices, but the falling curve line for volume and mix growth is a cause of concern. Second point, our company did a lot of community services during the year under review, and I belong to the faith which is known for its passion to feed anyone who is hungry. While reading out the annual report, I got to know that our company has spent so much through various NGOs to feed the poor, and I admit here that I failed even to get an access to the CSR committee so as to get a contribution, even a smaller one, as we thought to start Maggie Ka Langar. Now, in this open forum, I, being a volunteer of my Gurdwara NGO, I seek your contribution to start this Maggie Ka Langar for the poor in our region. For this, I request CSR head Madam Swati Piramal, to assign her teammate to connect me to take this forward and other opportunities for upliftment of the society. Third point, just in line of following COVID safety measures, I would like to recommend the company to procure a couple of million face masks with Nestle or Maggi branding, and then include or bundle one mask each into the family pack of 8 and 10 Maggi's pack, those which are being sold. Imagine the outcome, that not only we will help contribute our bit towards the people's safety, but at the same time we will get 1 million children or adults in India becoming our brand ambassadors once they step out of their homes wearing Nestle branded masks. सर मेरी आवाज आ रही है ना आपको? आ रही. Fourth point, on corporate governance, there is a further scope of improvement. As conducting AGM year after year, shareholder asks several questions, which are replied by you happily. Now, capturing the question and answers and reporting with the action taken and progress achieved in the annual report will reflect a better corporate governance. So, I recommend that the question and answers of last 3 AGMs should be mentioned in the annual reports, along with the name of the shareholders who ask. In fact, for innovative questions that add value to the company, a gift hamper should be given to such shareholders. Fifth point, on share split, every year shareholders make their requests. While I am not in favor of any bonus split, however, a face value split must be done from existing ₹10 to ₹1 to bring it at par with other FMC majors in our India, such as Hindustan Unilever, Britannia, Colgate-Palmolive, Dabur, etc. All of these companies have ₹1 face value shares. By the way, what is the hitch in the mind of the management of not considering to split the face value of our share, a demand for which is made year after year in the AGMs by the shareholders, and more so as this will not have any impact on our balance sheet. Lastly, I am looking at far more cordial relationship between the company stakeholder team headed by Madam Rama Bijapurkar and shareholders. While the annual report may report anything, but fact of the matter is that I went through the agony and pain of not being able to get a small internship for my daughter despite making a request to the secretarial team. It was projected to me so difficult that as if I have made a request for getting an IAS seat. Even the key person number from HR were not shared. What to talk about the transparency? Finally, I humbly request that the way you take care of the society, which includes all strata of people, similarly bring the smaller shareholders, especially those who have lost their jobs or their business are impacted due to COVID and urgently need economic help. Bring them within the scope of your CSR and help them in these unusual times so that they don't feel left out or resort to selling their golden eggs, that is their holding of Nestle shares. While offering them ration from the company is the simplest thing for you. Instead, announce to offer 10 or 20 scholarships pan-India for rupees 25,000 each to the meritorious children of those very small shareholders holding not more than 2 or 3 shares, which will be a far effective way to take care of the Nestle family. Now, I pray the chairman and the management to take note of these points and adopt them. While we miss Rajendraji today, and me more so, as last year my request to register as a speaker shareholder could not be entertained, and Rajendraji told me that this year I will get a chance to speak and he will listen to my note. I miss you, Rajendraji. May your soul rest in peace. Now I want to recommend the management to give a bigger role to Prashant, his deputy, who is doing fairly well. Thank you, Nestle, for allowing me to speak without any prejudice. I appreciate your patience to continue to listen to the shareholders and reply them. We'll appreciate your inputs on my shared notes as well. Thank you once again and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Jasmeet ji. Thank you very much for your for your very, very positive, very constructive, and very transparent communication. I sincerely appreciate all that you have said. Let me quickly answer some of the questions, and some more probably we'll engage in a more detailed volume and mixed growth. I think the fact of the matter is that the track record of the company has been very steady till 2020. You will notice that even in 2020, the 8.5% growth had a 4.5 to 5% volume growth behind it. Yes, we are in the direction of accelerating it, but I think we have also been hit in 2020 by a couple of businesses, especially our out-of-home business, that has taken impact as far as the volumes are concerned. Hope whenever the pandemic relents, we will be able to come back to strongly. Your second question, I'm a great admirer, Jasmeet, of the role that Sikhs have played in reaching out to society in the most troubled moments. There is no question about it. You should all be extremely proud of what you have done. I know that my colleague on the board, Dr. Swati, partly approve of it, but I'll be happy if you can connect through Mr. Moore. He will be happy to put you in touch with the CS. Which I will be happy to work with you on the concept of Maggie Ka Langar and see how we can make this happen. I think we are reaching out to numerous NGOs and to numerous people who can help in feeding programs, and I think we will be very happy to support a cause that a person like you represents, because it is only in the interest of society that Maggie should be involved in it. I think you've got a very good idea there. I don't know the technical feasibility of it. We'll still have to examine it, of putting in face masks with our family packs. Is that a possibility with the current packaging that we do? But certainly, as an idea to promote the usage of face masks, especially since our brands are very popular and we do have a certain credibility as a company. A very good idea. We will have this examined and to see how we can implement it in some of our brands. You've got a very good suggestion there on corporate governance, which is really to have a compendium of the key questions that have been the last couple of shareholder meetings have been the answers and who have been the shareholders asking it. I'm requesting my colleague Mr. Murali to examine it and to see how this can be put within the framework of the law as an addition that we can have to making our governance, which we take a great deal of pride in, even more stronger and even more resolute. Your suggestion on the shares taken on board, I think it is something that we would need to debate and once again establish the reason and whether it makes sense at this time. But your sentiment on the overall industry and the industry norms are taken, and I think we will think through this and see how best we can respond on this. I think you have made some very good points on trying to see how we can reach out to smaller shareholders. At the moment, Mr. Jasmeet, the focus that the company had was to reach out to our employees and to reach out to our partners and to our suppliers and stakeholders, because there is a lot of work that needs to be done in that area itself. We are engaged with number of our suppliers in order to get them back on their feet, to help them with a lot of initiatives on training, on managing the business, running the business during COVID times. And we strongly believe that it is as important dealing with other segments of the society. So we will take a look at it. I think there is a certain we must be able to cut our coat depending on the size of the cloth. So we don't want to get into areas where we will involve ourselves and not be able to make an impact. And therefore, protecting the employees, the stakeholders, protecting the suppliers, protecting the farmers. As you might be aware, Jasmeet, in Punjab, we are involved with 100,000 farmers whom we have been dealing with for the last 60 years. my first priority as a company is to protect these 100,000 farmers. There's no way I can allow them to go with their milk being thrown on the and if Nestle doesn't pick it up. So these are the areas that we are focusing on. But with all humility, I accept your suggestion and we will see how best we can implement it. Once again, Jasmeet, I thank you for your very constructive, very positive comments. I see not only you yourself, but orchestrating the other shareholders for all others of the company. I see a lot of positivity, a lot of good suggestions that you have given, and we will try and work on them and to see how we can in due course. Thank you once again, Jasmeet. Please keep safe, and I do hope that your family and your loved ones are also safe. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite our next speaker member, Mr. Bijnan Singh Shrimal from Kolkata, having client ID number 1304-140-000-779-144 to speak.
Mr. Chairman, sir, do you hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, sir, member of the board and my fellow shareholder, I am Vigyan Srimal from Kolkata. I am a chartered accountant by profession. I am extremely grateful to you, sir, for providing me this opportunity to share my views and thoughts at this AGM. I am a shareholder of your company since the days of IPO, when it came as a Food Specialities Limited, if I am not wrong. So, having said that, I am also extremely appreciate your views and thoughts, and the way you are conducting meeting is a most wonderful thing. And it is a marathon meeting for last 3 hours, and you think it is in such a wonderful way and to answer all the questions of the shareholder. It is a very rarity. I joined very many meetings in Kolkata, but I hardly find this sort of wonderful response from the chairman, irrespective of the time and thing. Having said so, I have few humble suggestions, sir, for your consideration. Number one, I believe that if you can hold the meeting in the mid-afternoon, it would be better. It's very difficult for a person who is working or involved in stock exchange to 10 o'clock and continue for 3-4 hours. Number two, having your accounts for the month of December ending, we could hold the meeting still earlier, because now the ending accounts are as AGM. So kindly think of it. Then, sir, then about the balance sheet part, I would like to say, if you could put the figure in crores, that will be more friendly for the Indian shareholder, instead of giving the figures in million. Then I would like to know how many shareholder has joined this meeting virtually, and the cost of virtual meeting is much less than what it used to be in the physical meeting, and hence my request would be that you should continue this virtual meeting, which will be beneficial for the shareholder all over India who can join. And if you can also use our discount coupon at this time, so that it will augment yourself and also help the shareholder. I have heard a lot about your CSR activities. I am really charmed the way you are conducting this CSR activity. And I would just like to add something that if you can also come to the rescue of the shareholders in this situation. You will be happy to learn that I have got a call from a company, a Bombay company, Mahindra and Mahindra, just 2 days back, asking me how am I and whether they could be of any help to me. I was really wondering the way the things have moved. It is a question of me as well as it's a great help to the shareholders at this time of pandemic. As we are aware, even the help from the friends and relatives is very difficult at this moment. So extend your CSI to this effect. Then about dividend, it's good that you have parted with 200%, 200 rupees by way of dividend, which is lower from the previous year. But I believe you could distribute more dividend in the current year. That also by way of your interim dividend. I was suggesting this interim dividend part to companies, and I am very happy to report that there is a reign of interim dividend this year. ITC, which I have last 20 years to declare interim dividend to it, but has done it this year. So please give interim dividend, which will also be helpful for a cash flow of the shareholders. As you are aware, many of the shareholders are retired and they solely depend on the earning as well. Sir, I have many questions, but I don't like to burden you at this juncture for a marathon meeting which you have conducted. Still, if I have time, I will write in email for my other queries, which will be helpful for both the parts. One or two few questions about the balance sheet. Could you kindly tell me what is the capex plan for the current year, and how do you think that will it be for a brownfield expansion or a greenfield expansion, and what would be the increase in profitability as well as the sale of product due to your last capex, which has been about 4,000 and odd million. Will be balance sheet of our current year. And lastly, I would like to say that if you could give us some idea about the situation of the 21 financial year due to this pandemic situation. I still remember, sir, when you took over as a MD and chairman a few years back, you gave us such a confidential speech. At that time, the company was suffering from some Maggie problem, and that gives me an idea that you are a man who can achieve a highest goal from crisis. And I hope that this crisis will also give you that handle. You will reach a greater height for the company. With this, I'd like to conclude and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I pray to God for your well-being and well-being of the company and well-being of the total population of the universe. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Mr. Srimal. It's always a pleasure to interact with you. We had the privilege last year also virtually, and there's no greater blessing in the Indian culture than to receive it from elders and from seniors. So I'm deeply grateful for your good wishes, and deeply grateful for all the confidence and the very kind words that you have mentioned about the company. I think it is this kind of decent, respectful, and wise relationship that is a blessing for me, and I am truly grateful to you, Mr. Srimal, for your very kind words. I'll quickly respond to some of your queries. I think on the timing of the meeting and on having it a bit earlier, I take your suggestions on board. We will we will incorporate it, and to see how best we can. I take your point on the involvement on a working day with the stock market, and therefore the need to take out time for attending an AGM. I promise that we'll come back to you in due course on how best we are able to adjust to your requests. Putting the figures in crores, I think it's crores is a very unique Indian denomination, but I guess if it is permissible as per the laws of the land, I think it's something that we can certainly look at. How many shareholders have joined virtually? At the end of my answer, I will request Inba from Chorus to give you a number as to how many people have joined. On the CSR initiatives, I thank you, Mr. Srimal, for your compliments. I think we are trying to, as I mentioned to an earlier shareholder, to cut or quote according to the size of the cloth, and therefore to involve the immediate stakeholders, our employees, our partners, our distributors, our farmers, as the first port of call to try and help as best as we can. And then, of course, to expand it, I would really request your indulgence and your patience that as we go through this pandemic, we will try and incorporate some of the suggestions that you have very rightly put, because the pain is enormous, the suffering is enormous. Whatever we can do to help even one human being in this situation is, I think, a worthy cause. And that statement you have made very well, and it will remain with me. And we will try and see how we can expand our scope of involvement as well. As far as CapEx is concerned, Mr. Srimal, we have announced 26 billion rupees of CapEx, 2,600 crores over the next 3 to 4 years. Part of this is going towards a greenfield site, which is the site in Sanjur, where we will be producing Maggi noodles. Also, it will go behind the facilities, chocolates and confectionery facilities, and also in our milks and nutrition business as well. All this is being done, Mr. Srimal, because we are now reaching the headroom of capacity utilization. We are running at over 90% in some of the, which is what is necessitating this capex. So I can only promise you that we will do it judiciously. You have noticed from our on capital also that we are sitting at a figure of 100%. Obviously, this capex and the consequences thereof bring it, but it's a very healthy business. The pandemic is clearly taking a toll in terms of operational issues, and I think it is a cause for concern. Lockdowns and other infirmities of the pandemic does challenge. Inflation in commodities is posing a challenge, and while the company is strong enough to be able to combat it, going to be volatile times as we move forward. Going to be very smooth times. There is an overall health impact. There is a societal impact. There is an economic impact, which you are very well aware of, Mr. Srimal. So really, we are trying to navigate the ship as best as we can. And I thank you sincerely for your good wishes. My prayers and my good wishes to you and your in Kolkata, and also to wish you good health and good happiness in the days to come. Thank you very much, Mr. Srimal.
So to answer to the question on the participation in the virtual AGM, we have about 220 participants connected.
Thank you.
I would now invite. Yes, sir. I would now invite our next speaker member, Mr. Tony Bhatia from Faridabad, having client ID number 10914464 to speak.
सर हेलो सर मेरी आवाज आ रही है हेलो
आ रही है भाटिया आवाज तो आ रही है
मेरी आवाज आ रही है सर चेयरमैन साहब मेरी आवाज आ रही है
ये आवाज बिल्कुल आ रही है लेकिन वीडियो नहीं आ रही है
अच्छा ठीक है सर ओके ओके चेयरमैन आई एम कमिंग टू दैट
respected chairman साहब, eminent board of directors and my shareholders friend. सर सबसे पहले तो मैं आपके शेयर डिपार्टमेंट का शुक्रिया अदा करूंगा जिन्होंने ये वर्चुअल मीटिंग आज करवाई। सेकंड थिंग, मुझे राजेंद्र अग्रवाल जी का बहुत अफसोस हुआ, परसों उनका सुना, बहुत ही नेक इंसान थे वो he was in the company since 1993 और शेयर होल्डर्स के इन्वेस्टर फ्रेंडली, कभी मिलना एक नॉर्थ प्लेस में 2-4 बार मुलाकात हुई, अचानक बड़े प्यार से मिलते, बहुत ही नेक आदमी थे, उनका बहुत अफसोस है। मे गॉड ब्लेस हिम, पीस टू हिज हाउस। अच्छा, नाउ आई एम कमिंग टू द पॉइंट सर, हमारे रिजल्ट बहुत ही अच्छे हैं, इसके लिए मैं चेयरमैन साहब आपको, पूरे बोर्ड को, सभी एम्प्लॉइज को जिन्होंने कड़ी मेहनत की और खास करके अपने स्विस नेशनल्स को मुबारकबाद दूंगा। They gave us such a excellent results. There is a all-round progress in the company. Our sales, they are 1,32,901.6 million. Profit after tax, 20,824.3 million. EPS 260. Dividend 200 rupees. 135 interim and 65 yet to be given proposed 200 rupees. And profit from operations 28,775.4 million. मैं वाकई बहुत अच्छे रिजल्ट दिखाए हैं, मैं आपको पूरी टीम को मुबारकबाद देता हूँ। एक्सपोर्ट्स, आपने हाईएस्ट एवर एक्सपोर्ट टू ऑफ मैगी नूडल्स एंड सॉसेज टू यूएसए, कनाडा, यूएसए, यूरोपियन यूनियन, ऑस्ट्रेलिया एंड न्यूजीलैंड, डिस्पाइट डिस्ट्रक्शन इन सप्लाई चेन कॉज टू ए रिजल्ट ऑफ कोविड-19। उसके बावजूद, कोविड-19 के बावजूद जो आपने सच हाईएस्ट एवर एक्सपोर्ट किया, आपने सर आभारी है, इसमें आप तारीफ के आभारी। और आपने कंट्री के लिए फॉरेन एक्सचेंज इकट्ठा किया, यू अर्न द फॉरेन एक्सचेंज फॉर द कंट्री जिसकी आज नेशन को बहुत जरूरत है। क्वालिटी सर, इन दिस रिगार्ड आई विल से, क्वालिटी पे कभी कंप्रोमाइज मत करना चेयरमैन साहब, अवर क्वालिटी सेकंड टू नन, और कभी कंप्रोमाइज नहीं करना। यस, ड्यूरिंग द ईयर 2020 हमारी कंपनी ने 35.3 बिलियन एक्सचेकर इनकम नेशन को दी, एक सच एक गुड पॉइंट, आई अप्रिशिएट इट। Our company stood by nearly 1 lakh dairy farmers in these difficult times and brought every drop of milk which was offered by them. So, sir, ये भी एक बहुत ही अच्छा साइन है। Company also continue to work closely with its 3,500 coffee farmers and also 1,250 spice growers and established sports. Our company also continue to explore new market contribution to e-commerce to domestic sales, sir. Really. और एक चीज और, आपने भी, मैंने कहीं बैलेंस शीट में भी पढ़ा था, और रिस्पेक्टिव डेविड साहब जो कि स्विस नेशनल डायरेक्टर हैं, उन्होंने भी अपने अभी कुछ देर पहले कहा कि हमारे यहाँ सबको प्रॉम्प्ट पेमेंट होती है। ये पॉइंट एक तारीफ के काबिल है कि मैं आपको क्या बताऊं, यूपी के अंदर स्ट्रिक्टली स्पीकिंग कुछ सम शुगर मिल, आई एम सेइंग सम शुगर मिल, कुछ फार्मर्स को शुगर केन की पेमेंट ही टाइम पर नहीं देते, दिस वाज ऑल इन द प्रेस। तो मैं आपकी इस पॉइंट में भी तारीफ करूंगा चेयरमैन साहब। बाकी आप, यस, यू आर गोइंग टू इन्वेस्ट फर्दर 2,600 बिलियन आप 3-4 सालों में फर्दर, और फैक्ट्रीज पे जो खर्च कर रहे हैं उनको करने के लिए यू आर गोइंग ऑन द राइट ट्रैक मिस्टर चेयरमैन, कंपनी इज गोइंग ऑन द राइट ट्रैक। आप नया प्लांट लगा रहे हैं स्टेट ऑफ आर्ट आनंद गुजरात में, यू आर गोइंग ऑन द राइट ट्रैक। इससे मैं समझता हूँ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कॉस्ट भी कम होगी, और साथ में people will get employment. ये बिल्कुल तारीफ के काबिल है। Corporate governance you have shown in such a good manner, I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. CSR activities पे आपने एक अहम रोल निभाया है। आपकी पेरेंट कंपनी, अगर मैं गलत नहीं हूँ, उन्होंने भी, स्विट्जरलैंड के लोगों ने भी, मैं उन सबकी तारीफ करूंगा कि उन्होंने एक CSR में एक अहम रोल निभाया है। One more thing, मेरे 2-3 दोस्तों ने कहा, शायद 2 ने कहा, स्प्लिट ऑफ शेयर। सर मैं इसकी फेवर में बिल्कुल नहीं हूँ स्प्लिट ऑफ शेयर की। बाकी आगे आपकी मर्जी। MRF टायर एंड सम अदर कंपनीज दे नेवर गो फॉर स्प्लिट ऑफ शेयर, आगे आपकी मर्जी, बट आई एम नॉट इन फेवर ऑफ शेयर। बाकी ज्यादा वक्त मैं चेयरमैन साहब आपका नहीं लूंगा। हाँ, वन थिंग चेयरमैन साहब, हमारी शेयर प्राइस आई थिंक इट टच 18,500 इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, मैक्सिमम नाउ 16,500। सर ये थोड़ा गिर गई है, डाउन हो गई है ड्यू टू दिस डाउन ट्रेंड इन मार्केट। क्या इसका थोड़ा बताइएगा। एक बार फिर मैं चेयरमैन साहब आपको, आपके पूरे बोर्ड को, सभी एम्प्लॉइज को जिन्होंने इस कंपनी के लिए कड़ी मेहनत की और कहां से कहां पहुंचाया है, तारीफ करूंगा और स्विट्जरलैंड के लोगों को भी जिन्होंने इस कंपनी में इतना अच्छा रोल प्ले कर रहे हैं, दे रहे हैं, इस कंपनी को कहां से कहां पहुंचाया, मैं सबकी तारीफ करूंगा। विद दीज वर्ड्स once again I support and second it the balance sheet, Mr. Chairman. खुदा आपको लंबी उम्र से सलामत रखे, आप फर्दर आपको प्रोग्रेस दे। थैंक यू मिस्टर चेयरमैन, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू मिस्टर भाटिया। बड़ी बड़ी खुशी हुई आपके शब्द सुन के, आपके जज्बात सुन के। मैं भी आपके अपने राजेंद्र अग्रवाल जी के बारे में कहा, मैं भी उन्हीं ख्यालात में हूं कि हीरा था मोती से ज्यादा, लेकिन क्या करें, ऊपर वाले की जब मर्जी होती है तो उसके आगे तो हम कोई कुछ कर नहीं सकता। यही मेरी उम्मीद होगी, यही मेरी प्रार्थना होगी कि आगे जाके हम सब शेयर होल्डर्स को अच्छे प्रकार से उनकी याद में अच्छी सर्विस और अच्छे बर्ताव और अच्छी सर्विस हम प्रोवाइड कर सकें सब लोगों को। तो मैं आभारी हूँ आपका, कंपनी के रिजल्ट्स को सराहा। केवल एक छोटा सा इंसान हूं, मेरे जैसे कई और इंसान हैं इस कंपनी में जिन्होंने कड़ी मेहनत के साथ, लगान के साथ और बहुत पसीने के साथ इस कंपनी के हर एक ग्राहक को हर एक परिस्थिति में अपना पूरा निभाया है और इसी के कारण ये कंपनी इस मुकाम पे है। तो इसके लिए मैं और सबसे ज्यादा आप जैसे जो शेयर होल्डर हैं, जो आशीर्वाद देते रहते हैं कंपनी को, जो प्रोत्साहन देते रहते हैं, धीरज रखिए भाटिया साहब कि शेयर प्राइस भी बढ़ेगा। ये हर चीज का उतार चढ़ाव होता है, कभी कभार समझ नहीं पाते कि किस लिए बढ़ता है किस लिए गिरता है, लेकिन इतना ही कह सकता हूं कि हम अपनी पूरी मेहनत, अपनी पूरी लगाम के साथ काम करते रहेंगे। मेरा फर्ज यही है कि मैं काम करता रहूं और जितनी हो सके, जितनी अपनी क्षमता हो सके, उसके जरिए जितना मैं कंपनी के लिए और आपके लिए फायदामंद बन सकता हूं, उतनी मेरी कोशिश होगी। मेरी यही आपसे दरख्वास्त होगी कि आप कंपनी पे और कंपनी के मैनेजमेंट पे और कंपनी के ब्रांड्स पे अपना भरोसा डट के रखिएगा। ये पैंडेमिक जो बहुत ही भयानक एक डरावने खौफ की तरह आई है, इतना ही कह सकता हूं कि एक दिन ये जाएगी, लेकिन इसके जाने के बाद हम सब इंसान बेहतर होने चाहिए, हम सब मानवता के लिए काम करें और अगर हम अच्छे चीजों के लिए काम करें तो मैं समझ सकता हूं कि भारत के लिए और हम आपके कंपनी के लिए ये बहुत ही फायदामंद हो सकता है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मिस्टर भाटिया। प्लीज रिमेन सेफ, आई प्रे and hope that you and your family are safe, that your loved ones are safe. God bless you all, and thank you very much for your questions, and thank you very much for your very kind words on the company today. Thank you.
Thank you. So there are some last-minute pre-registered speaker members. With your permission, I would like to take their questions now. Our speaker member, Mr. Pramod Kumar Jain, client ID number 10082531, had pre-registered, however, has not connected. So we will move to our next speaker member, that is Ms. Urmila Jain, client ID 10401292, to please proceed with your question.
सर मेरी आवाज आ रही है? हेलो सर, मेरी आ रही है?
आ रही है मैडम, आ रही है।
चेयरमैन सर नमस्कार, और जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं उनको भी मेरा नमस्कार। सर मैं उर्मिला जैन, सर मैं आपकी 25 साल पुरानी शेयर होल्डर हूँ। 25 साल से मैं मीटिंग अटेंड कर रही थी आपकी फिजिकल। आज हमारी कंपनी का शेयर प्राइस 17,000 के आसपास है। हमारी कंपनी ने साल भर में एक इंटरिम डिविडेंड और एक फाइनल डिविडेंड दिया है जो 200 रुपए पर शेयर है, जो काफी सराहनीय की बात है। सर हमारी कंपनी का और अधिक प्रॉफिट बढ़ाने के लिए नए विज्ञापन में ज्यादा पैसा खर्च करने की जरूरत है, जिससे हमारे कस्टमर अधिक से अधिक कंपनी से जुड़े, जिसे हमें काफी फायदा मिल सकता है। सर तीसरा पॉइंट, आज हमारे लिए दुखद की बात है। सर आज हमारे लिए बहुत दुखद की बात है कि अग्रवाल जी हमारे साथ नहीं है, जिन्होंने कंपनी को आगे बढ़ाने में काफी मेहनत की थी। हमारा सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट शेयर होल्डर के प्रति शुरू से ही अच्छा काम कर रहा है और कोविड-19 के समय कंपनी ऐसे प्रोडक्ट बनाए जिससे लोगों की प्रतिरोधक क्षमता बढ़े और हमारे देश में कोई भी इम्यूनिटी से कमजोर ना बने और हमारे देश में कोई भी ऐसा इंसान हो जो भूखा सोए। सर, हमारी कंपनी CSR के तहत इस महामारी में बढ़ चढ़कर अपना योगदान दे रही है। मैं आशा करती हूँ कि आने वाले समय में हमारी कंपनी दिन रात चौगनी तरक्की करे, ऐसे हमारे देश की सेवा करते रह सके। सर, धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद उर्मिला जी, धन्यवाद आपके शब्दों के लिए, भावना के लिए, आपके प्रोत्साहन के लिए। मैं भी आपके जैसे बहुत ही दुख हूं कि अग्रवाल जी हमारे बीच नहीं रहे, लेकिन हमारी उनकी सबसे बड़ी श्रद्धांजलि यही होगी कि हम आगे जाके जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने इन्वेस्टर के साथ, शेयर होल्डर के साथ बर्ताव किया, जिस प्रकार के से सर्विस की, अगर हम इसको लागू कर सकें तो मैं समझता हूं कि उनके लिए ये सबसे बड़ी श्रद्धांजलि यही होगी। और आपकी जो भावना जो आपने प्रकट किया, इसके लिए मैं आभारी हूं। कंपनी के लिए और कंपनी के परफॉर्मेंस पर जो आपने टिप्पणी दी, मैं आपका आभारी हूं उस पे। आपने बड़े अच्छे ढंग से कहा कि आज की तारीख इम्यूनिटी बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स की जरूरत है। आपको आश्वासन देना चाहूंगा उर्मिला जी कि कंपनी इस पर काम कर रही है। अब नेस्ले कंपनी, आपकी कंपनी ऐसी है कि बिना साइंस के, बिना R&D के कोई ऐसे कोई क्लेम्स कभी नहीं करेगी कि ये इम्यूनिटी है या नहीं है। तो लेकिन इस पर कई हमारे न्यूट्रिशन प्रोडक्ट्स पे काम हो रहे हैं और मैं आपको यही आश्वासन देना चाहूंगा कि हमारी कंपनी भी अच्छी तरह जो साइंटिफिकली जो विज्ञान के तौर पे जो टिक पाती हो, उस टाइप के क्लेम्स, उस टाइप के प्रोडक्ट्स ही लॉन्च करेगी, इतना मैं आपको आश्वासन दूंगा। और यही मैं आपसे कहना चाहूंगा कि आगे जाके जिस प्रकार से हमने मेहनत की है, जिस प्रकार से हमारे कर्मचारियों ने, आपके कंपनी के कर्मचारियों ने जिस प्रकार से मेहनत की है, वही लगान, वही श्रद्धा हम में रहेगी और आगे हम इसी प्रकार जो जैसे आपने हमें सराहा है, उसी से प्रोत्साहन लेके आगे भी हम बढ़ने की कोशिश पूरी करेंगे। उर्मिला जी, मैं यही प्रार्थना करूंगा कि आप और आपका परिवार इस समय सेफ रहे और सिक्योर रहे, क्योंकि बाहर की पैंडेमिक बहुत ही खतरनाक, बहुत ही खौफनाक है। धन्यवाद उर्मिला जी।
Thank you. I now invite our speaker member, Mr. Praful Chawda, client ID number 1201 350 000 170 107
सर मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
आ रही है प्रफुल्ल भाई, आ रही है।
यस सर, फर्स्ट में हमारे नए अपॉइंटमेंट PR रमेश सर का वेलकम करता हूं और हमारे हैदराबाद से है, बल्कि बहुत बहुत खुशी होती है। और अब इसको 30-35 साल से देखते हैं कि किस तरह उन्हें आगे बढ़ते बढ़ते कौन सी जगह पे पहुंच गए। तो इसके लिए मैं इसको वेलकम करता हूं और ऑडिट कमेटी के चेयरमैन बना है, इसलिए बहुत खुशी हो रही है सर। एक बात बताऊं सर, मेरा बेटी पोथरी, मेरा ग्रैंडसन 2 अगस्त को बर्थ हुआ, तब से इसको माँ का ड्रॉप नहीं मिला, दूध नहीं मिला, मिल्क नहीं मिला। जो भी पीती है ओनली नेस्ले पी के आज 8 महीने की हो गई और गोद में बिठा सकता था, मैं आपको बता सकता था कितनी हेल्दी है, कि नेस्ले पाउडर कितना हेल्थ दिया उसको, परंतु नहीं बिठा सकता हूँ। क्यों बोले तो मैं भी कोरोना में हूँ, 10 डेज हुआ, पर मेरे को बहुत वेट करना पड़ा। मेरी बारी बहुत देर से आई, तो नेक्स्ट फ्यूचर में कुछ ऐसा कीजिए कि सीनियर सिटीजनों की बारी जल्दी आए। सर खास तौर पे अपना जो प्रोडक्ट्स है ये सब पेपर में पैकिंग होता है, पेपर में पैकिंग होता है तो कितने टिक वो चारा काटना पड़ता है, कितना जंगल साफ हो जाता है। तो इसके बदले जो प्रोडक्ट है, यानी कि जो नेस्ले का लोकेशन बच्चों का पाउडर का है, वो आप स्मॉल बॉक्स में कंटेनर, प्लास्टिक के कंटेनर में दिए आप, तो कंटेनर लाइफ टाइम काम आता है, 5 इयर्स 2 इयर्स 3 इयर्स भी काम आएगा। ये बॉक्स, लकड़ी का बॉक्स फेंक देना पड़ता है, कुछ काम को नहीं आता, पेपर का बॉक्स फेंक देना पड़ता है, और बहुत बड़ा जंगल काटना पड़ता है इसके लिए। तो जंगल नहीं काटना पड़े इसलिए पैकिंग का मटेरियल बनाइए ताकि अपने को काम आए। सर आजकल हम जब डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं तो डॉक्टर, अरे एक नेस्ले क्यों यूज कर रहे हो, मत करो, ये यूज करो, वो यूज करो। तो मेरा एक सजेशन है, सीआरएस में इतने सारे पैसे है तो ऑल इंडिया लेवल पे 4 या 5 या 7 कस्टमर केयर के अंदर डॉक्टर बिठाइए। और इंडिया में कोई भी गरीब आदमी, मीडियम क्लास का आदमी भी कोई क्वेश्चन करे बच्चे की अपने हेल्थ के बारे में और सही मार्गदर्शन मांगे तो इसको सही मार्गदर्शन मिले। अभी कुछ मार्गदर्शन मिलता है, 500 से लेके 1000 रुपीज भी डॉक्टर लेता है, बच्चे को हाथ नहीं लगाता है, अरे ये ऐसा है वैसा हो जाएंगे, जाओ दूसरे डॉक्टर के पास कैसे और बात करते हैं। तो एक मेरे ख्याल से पूरे इंडिया में आप एक मुहिम चला के फ्री ऑफ चार्ज वीडियो कॉलिंग, व्हाट्सएप कॉलिंग करके भी बच्चे का हेल्थ चेक करने के लिए कुछ करना चाहिए। सर अपनी कंपनी 62 ईयर्स के है, 62 ईयर्स में सीआरएस में बहुत पैसे लग चुके हैं। आज तक अपनी कंपनी सीआरएस का बेनिफिट लेके कई स्टूडेंट में से कोई भी स्टूडेंट सीए, डॉक्टर, इंजीनियर या आर्मी में कितने गए, उसके बारे में आपको जानकारी तो बताएंगे। सर खास तौर पे अपनी कंपनी 62 ईयर्स में सीआरएस में काम करने के बाद भी कितने गोल्ड मेडल आए, 0, सिल्वर मेडल 0, कांस्य मेडल 0। अपने चाहे तो थोड़े पैसे ऐसे प्लेयरों को लगा सकते थे, जो प्लेयर अच्छे है, गरीब है, जूते लेने के पैसे नहीं है उसके पास, कुछ भी पैसे नहीं है, वो लोग भी आगे बढ़ते हैं, दौड़ते हैं, रन करते हैं और आगे बढ़ के इंडिया का नाम रोशन करते हैं। मैंने भी परसों एक राजस्थान की लड़की आगे आ गई तो गवर्नमेंट कुछ नहीं पूछी तो रमेश सर को भिजाया था। तो ऐसे लोगों को आप हेल्प करना चाहिए ताकि वो इंडिया का जो नाम रोशन कर दे, इसको खास तौर पे हेल्प करना चाहिए। सर अपना रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट सेंटर, खास तौर पे इसको रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि अभी कोरोना के टाइम पे हेल्दी खाओ, हेल्दी खाना खाओ, हेल्दी खाना खाओ, मुझे भी कहा जाता है, पर आपकी तरफ से कोई हेल्दी खाना पेशेंट नहीं किया गया। आप मैगी तो बनाते हो, हेल्दी मैगी एक एक्स्ट्रा बनाइए तो कोरोना में खाने से कोरोना का जो पेशेंट है इसको बेनिफिट हो। मिल्क में ऐसी कुछ कीजिए, दूसरी चीज में ऐसी कीजिए, स्पेशल कोरोना प्रोडक्ट्स जो खाली ओनली कोरोना के पेशेंट खाएंगा इसको बेनिफिट मिलेगा। सर खास तौर पे ये भी कहना चाहता हूं कि सर एनएसएल मत रखिए सर, बहुत प्रॉब्लम आता है तो एनएसएल मत रखिए। सीआरएस में भी ऐसे लोगों को मदद करें, आप बहुत मदद करते हो, कोई एक आदमी को 2 बच्चे मदद करो, एक आदमी 12 बच्चे, इसको मदद मत करो सर, वो 12 बच्चे में 2 बच्चे जेल में जाए, तो वो भी आप सोचना चाहिए कि सबको मिलनी चाहिए। एक ही फैमिली आके पूरी मदद लेके जाते हैं और बाकी के लोगों को मदद नहीं मिलती है, ऐसा बहुत के किस्से होते हैं, तो इसमें ध्यान रखना चाहिए। सर खासतौर पे जो अपना बॉक्स पूरे होते हैं इसमें कई जगह पे वेज नॉन वेज का स्टिकर नहीं होता है सर। जो वेजिटेरियन आइटम आप बनती है इसमें ग्रीन लोगो लगाना चाहिए और जो नॉन वेज है इसमें रेड कलर का लगाना चाहिए। ज्यादातर मैं देखता हूँ हर जगह पे ऐसा है, पर आपका कोई प्रोडक्ट में नहीं दिखता है मुझे, तो ऐसा कुछ करिए कि वेजिटेरियन आइटम के ऊपर ग्रीन लोगो लगाइए, वेजिटेरियन लिखिए, नॉन वेज में लिखिए, ताकि पता भी चले कि ये वेजिटेरियन आइटम, हम गुजराती लोग है, वैष्णव लोग है, हम नॉन वेज को हाथ नहीं लगाते, और जब हमको ऐसा फीलिंग होती है कि हमने ये चीज खा ली है तो हमको बीमारी ऐसा हो जाता है। वो भी मेरा एक सजेशन है। और इसके बाद मेरे बहुत सीएम के बाद बारी आई और भी थोड़े लोग होंगे, इसलिए मैं टाइम को मेरा विराम देता हूँ और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद बोलता हूँ। परंतु कंपनी सेक्रेटरी का नंबर मुझे चाहिए, मैं कंपनी सेक्रेटरी से बहुत नाराज हूँ। कंपनी सेक्रेटरी मुझे बताना चाहिए था कि आपका स्पीकर नंबर है तो स्पीकर नंबर इतना रहेगा, इतना टाइम लगेगा। मैं 9:30 से ओपन करके बैठा हूँ, मेरा बैटरी 65 पॉइंट बैटरी चला गया, तब तक मैं आपका वेट करे। तो नेक्स्ट फ्यूचर में ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। तो ऐसा जो कंपनी सेक्रेटरी करे तो मुझे ऐसा मालूम होता, मैं ऐसा महसूस करता हूँ कि कंपनी सेक्रेटरी केजरीवाल और राजीव गांधी के दोस्त होंगे। धन्यवाद सर।
प्रफुल्ल भाई, धन्यवाद आपके टिप्पणी के लिए, आपके प्रश्न के लिए। मैं इतना कह सकता हूं कि हमारे कंपनी सेक्रेटरी ना केजरीवाल के ना राहुल गांधी के निकट दोस्त हैं। एक ही बात है, मैं माफी चाहूंगा प्रफुल्ल भाई की टाइम लग गया, लेकिन आपके जैसे कई शेयर होल्डर हैं जो कि नॉर्मल टाइम जो है 2 मिनट या 3 मिनट बात करने के बजाय काफी लंबी बात करते हैं। उनकी मर्जी है और मैं उनके मर्जी के अधीन हूं, तो इसलिए आपके लिए देरी हुई, मैं क्षमा चाहता हूं। प्रार्थना करूंगा कि आपका जो कोविड आया है आप जल्दी से इससे ठीक हो जाएं और आप वापस तंदुरुस्त हो जाएं कि आप जो अपना काम करते थे, आप जो आपका धंधा करते थे, उस पे वापस आप चलें, यही मेरी प्रार्थना होगी। बड़ी खुशी हुई कि आपकी पोती जो है वो नेस्ले प्रोडक्ट्स पे है, ये बड़ी अच्छी बात है। मैं यही ख्वाहिश करूंगा, प्रार्थना करूंगा कि बच्ची ऊपर आगे बढ़कर एक होनहार इंसान बने और अपनी जिंदगी में तरक्की करे। आपके जो सुझाव जो हैं, एक तो पैकेजिंग ने किया है। अक्सर प्रफुल्ल भाई, पैकेजिंग हम इस प्रकार से बनाते हैं ताकि ये शेल्फ लाइफ जो प्रोडक्ट का है उसको मेंटेन करें, और पैकेजिंग कम से कम जितना हम यूज कर सके उतनी ही कोशिश करते हैं। इसीलिए हमने टिन पैकेजिंग और बाकी पैकेजिंग भी बनाए हैं। लेकिन अफसोस की बात यह है कि इन पैकेजिंग पे ज्यादा जो है ग्राहकों के आकर्षण नहीं हुआ है, बल्कि जो पैकेजिंग जो है और प्लास्टिक जो है, इन पे जो है उनका आकर्षण ज्यादा हुआ है। लेकिन कोशिश हमारी यही होगी कि आगे जाके ज्यादातर टिन और ज्यादातर मेटल टाइप और प्लास्टिक कम करके हम काम करें, क्योंकि इसी से जो हमारी सस्टेनेबिलिटी, जो हमारी जो प्रदूषण जो हो रही है, ये वो कम हो पाएगी। आपका जो तीसरा पॉइंट था वो न्यूट्रिशन एडवाइजरी, कि हम ऑनलाइन एडवाइजरी जो लोग, क्योंकि न्यूट्रिशन एक ऐसी बात है जो आपने सही कहा प्रफुल्ल भाई, कि इसमें जो फेक न्यूज है सबसे ज्यादा होती है न्यूट्रिशन में। हर आदमी अपना कुछ लुक्स निकालता है कि ये न्यूट्रिशन है, ये न्यूट्रिशन नहीं है, और हमारी कंपनी, आपकी कंपनी जो है ये न्यूट्रिशन पर ही निर्भर है। तो आपका सजेशन बड़ा अच्छा सजेशन है, इसको हम देखते हैं कि किस प्रकार हम एक एडवाइजरी टाइप खोल सके, ताकि जिसको भी जो भी प्रश्न पूछना हो न्यूट्रिशन के बारे में, उसको सही, जो साइंटिफिकली, जो विज्ञान के तौर पे जो सही हो वही उनको बताया जाए, न कि ऐसे सलाह दिए जाए जो उनके लिए हानिकारक होगा। ये सार पे था कि हम क्यों नहीं जो स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट्स वगैरह जो हैं उनके लिए मदद क्यों नहीं करते। प्रफुल्ल भाई, माइलो हमारे ब्रांड पे हमने मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स के साथ टाई अप किया है। 2 साल पहले ये टाई अप किया था, जो कि नीट जाम करके स्पोर्ट्स जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे जो है अच्छे कैंडिडेट्स हम आइडेंटिफाई कर आगे जाके ओलंपिक्स के लिए जो गरीब घराने से आते हैं, जिनके पास फैसिलिटी नहीं है, उसके लिए हमने स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्ट्री के साथ टाई अप किया है। अफसोस की बात यह है कि ये कोविड के टाइम पे हम कुछ एक्टिविटी नहीं कर पाए, नहीं तो कई जगहों में, आंध्रा में भी काफी जगहों में, तिरुपति में और कुछ और प्रांतों में हमने कई प्रकार के जो टेस्टिंग जो हुए थे, जो ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स हुए थे, कुछ ऐसे ही जो खिलाड़ी जो हैं, जो कि कमजोर घराने से आते हैं लेकिन जिनको प्रोत्साहन की जरूरत है। मेरी यही उम्मीद होगी कि आगे जाके इस कोविड के बाद हम दोबारा स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्ट्री के साथ ये प्रोग्राम जो हमने चलाई थी, माइलो नीट जाम प्रोजेक्ट जो चलाई थी, इसको वापस शुरू कर सकें, ताकि जो कि देश में गोल्ड मेडल, कुछ ब्रॉन्ज मेडल आगे के ओलंपिक्स में जब भी होगी, इस पे हम ले पाए देश के तौर पे। हमारे अक्सर पैकेजिंग में प्रफुल्ल भाई ग्रीन डॉट और रेड डॉट होता है। ग्रीन डॉट यानी वेजिटेरियन, रेड डॉट यानी नॉन वेजिटेरियन। हमारे मैगी पैक्स आप देखेंगे तो इसमें आप देख पाएंगे कई हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जहाँ की ये पैकेजिंग नेचर है कि ये वेजिटेरियन है या ये नॉन वेजिटेरियन है। अक्सर हमारे ज्यादातर प्रोडक्ट्स वेजिटेरियन ही हैं, तो अगर कहीं हम चूक गए हैं या हमने कहीं ये डॉट नहीं दिया है तो हम दोबारा इसको देखेंगे और ये इंश्योर करेंगे कि जो वेजिटेरियन है उसको वेजिटेरियन प्रोडक्ट्स ही मिले। जैसे हमारा मैगी नूडल्स का चिकन वेरिएंट है, उस पर रेड डॉट है क्योंकि वो चिकन फ्लेवर के साथ है, लेकिन मैगी मसाला नूडल है वो ग्रीन डॉट है क्योंकि वो वेजिटेरियन प्रोडक्ट है। तो इस प्रकार से हम इसको सेग्रीगेट करते हैं और कोशिश हमारी यही रहेगी। इसी के साथ मैं यही चाहूंगा, लैक्टोजन आपका प्योर वेजिटेरियन प्रोडक्ट है, मिल्क बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट है ये, तो इसमें कोई आपको शंका की जरूरत नहीं है क्योंकि ये मिल्क बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट है। ये बिल्कुल इसमें कोई शंका नहीं है कि इसमें हम कुछ नॉन वेजिटेरियन एलिमेंट कुछ डाल भी सकते हैं या कुछ कर भी सकते हैं। तो इसीलिए कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स में जहां कोई भी नॉन वेजिटेरियन मिश्रण हो ही नहीं सकती, वहां ऐसे कंफ्यूजन करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। और मिल्क प्रोडक्ट्स में अक्सर क्योंकि मिल्क बेस्ड है इसलिए उस पर आपको ये इस टाइप के डॉट्स की जरूरत पड़ेगी नहीं। लेकिन अगर आगे आपकी सलाह है कि इसको इनकॉर्पोरेट करना चाहिए तो इस पर सोच विचार करके जो तकनीकी हिसाब से जो इस पे वाजिफ है उसको हम करने के लिए तैयार हैं। तो आपके जो प्रश्न थे, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रफुल्ल भाई। दोबारा मैं माफी चाहूंगा कि आपको थोड़ा टाइम लग गया, लेकिन आपका जो सलाह था कि नेक्स्ट टाइम से हम सीनियर सिटीजन्स को थोड़ा पहले बुला लें, वो भी मैं सलाह रखूंगा सेक्रेटरियल डिपार्टमेंट के साथ कि किस प्रकार से हम इसको कर पाएंगे और किस प्रकार से हम इसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर पाएंगे। उसी के साथ धन्यवाद प्रफुल्ल भाई, जल्दी से आप ठीक हो जाइए और दोबारा जो है आप अपनी तंदुरुस्ती के रास्ते पे जाइए। थैंक यू। Yes, Imba, next speaker, please.
Sir, all speakers have spoken. One of the members, Ms. Neelam from Delhi, who had pre-registered as a speaker, confirmed that she would not be able to participate in the meeting. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers and to everyone participating for your very kind words, for your valuable questions, for your valuable suggestions. I hope that I have responded to as comprehensively as possible to the various suggestions and the various queries that we have had. Wherever it is not fully adequate, you are free to, as a shareholder of the company, get in touch with the secretarial department, and I will be happy, along with my colleagues, to provide more full answers that you might need at a particular stage. I will now take up the questions sent in advance by mail. I would like to thank the esteemed members who have sent their questions in advance to the designated investors email of the company or through company affiliate. I will now respond to those questions. I have received a set of questions from Mr. Nitin Nerlekar, client ID number 1382, which I will now take up. The question is, despite all the volume discussion, it appears that only the prepared dishes category has reported positive growth, while the rest of all the categories have remained muted. As the COVID-19 impacted volumes in Q2 of 2020, dragging the overall volumes for the year, this appears to be a bit of an aberration when compared with other food companies, since pantry stocking was high in early part of 2020. Your comments, please. I think overall, on a category-wise basis, if you look at the 5-year track record, 2015 to 2020, almost in all categories we have seen a secular growth in volumes. In 2020, however, some categories have been adversely affected in overall terms, I would say because of the impact of COVID on the out-of-home business and on some of the other businesses where the levels of growth have therefore been relatively muted. Overall, however, you will see that the year has closed with a volume of close to 5%, which is not a not a small number in terms of the growth performance. Of course, prepared dishes, Maggi, which is 30% of the portfolio, has registered a very, very strong growth. I want to say that last year in 2020, probably the only large consumer goods company recorded a double-digit during the first quarter of the year. We were one of the very few. In fact, I would reckon probably the only one. In the June quarter, sales was affected. We have, Mr. Nirlekar, as you would understand, a fairly large portfolio, a fairly complex portfolio, where there are numerous suppliers involved, and therefore it took us a bit of time during the pandemic for all the suppliers, for all sources, all the manufacturers to come together to be able to produce the full portfolio of the company. That clearly led to an impact. We had sales volume by about 11.8% in the second quarter, and of course this was also taking into impact the adversity that we faced in the outdoor channel. However, since quarter 2, we came back to double-digit growth. Quarter 3 was double-digit growth. Quarter 4 was double-digit growth, and quarter 1 of this year was also double-digit growth. All of which on the basis of fairly strong volume growth. So therefore, I would think that some of the debility that we faced during the second quarter of last year, which admittedly was a quarter that gave us an overall growth of 2.6%, I believe, on domestic sales, has bounced back, and I do hope that we are able to continue the journey forward. The second question is regarding Nestle has been in a pole position in the infant nutrition business, and it appears price hikes are actually struggling to generate incremental volumes. In fact, further, despite leadership position, Nestle is lagging in innovation over here and has not been aggressive enough in new launches across the population mix, like nutrition for the elderly population and so on. But in India, though late to join the bandwagon, has been doing a stupendous job. Still feel Nestle has a great platform in nutrition business to capitalize upon. I think, Mr. Nirlekar, I completely agree with your question on the strength of Nestle in nutrition. By far, and I say this with all the confidence that I can muster, we have the widest, the most significant potential portfolio in nutrition products. We look at it from the of purely milk and nutrition, but let's not forget that brands like Milo, brands like Everyday Dairy Whitener, Nescafe Ready to Drink, the Nestle Health Science range of resource products are all nutritious products as well. And yes, indeed, the process of strengthening this in terms of innovation is a continuous process. There are some good examples that I would like to bring to your attention. S26 Gold, which is a premium range of infant formulas, have been launched in 2020. Pre-lactogen for babies born prematurely. Cerelac, which is a baby food. Ragi, which is also in smaller packs. Also, we have smaller packs of infant formula, and called Lactogro, which is a superior product designed for that is nutritionally important, is nutritionally superior. It has whey protein instead of soya protein, which sort of in healthcare nutritionals, we have a fairly strong position. I don't think you see it in the public space, and therefore you probably underestimate the nutrition power of the company, because across hospitals, one of the core products that is being consumed for post-operative care, or for indeed during these difficult circumstances, are products like Peptamen and Nestle Resource, protein dense, which are nutrition dense, and which are an essential part of the repertoire as far as doctors and surgeons are concerned. We've also launched, and unfortunately the pandemic has been a bit of a dampener, Optifast, which is a global leading science-based product for adults who want to manage their weight in consultation with medical professionals. Optifast is today available in 40 cities across the country. So while I do not wish to comment on what competitors do, I think competitors always give us an inspiration for doing better. I just want to assure you of an unwavering focus that the company has on nutrition. Our core strength, our heritage has been on nutrition, and you will see this continuing into the next period as well. I hope with this I've answered your question on the nutrition portfolio and the plans for the company. Next question, can you please highlight on the proposed plans to revive the nutrition business, which has always remained the cash cow for the company? I think I've answered this in the earlier question that you've had. I believe the of the company, the timing and the responsiveness to our brand extremely strong, whether it is new innovations or whether it is the current milk and nutrition portfolio of the company, or indeed some of the new launches that we are proposing in the adult nutrition area, will strengthen our strength amongst consumers and the medical profession. So these are areas which remain under continuous focus for the company and will be under continuous scrutiny as far as our own results are concerned. Question that has been by Mr. Nirlekar is wanted to understand that the in vitro fertility IVF cycles and planned pregnancies are and have got delayed and declined on account of COVID. Could you let us understand your views of the same, and also how we have on infant nutrition business, what will impact of this on the nutrition business in the current year? Well, the infant nutrition business, contrary to your belief, Mr. Nirlekar, has not been struggling. It has grown. Last year, 46% of the portfolio grew at 8.5% despite the pandemic and despite COVID. It means that the brands continue to be strong. We continue to enjoy leadership positions in both in formula and in baby food. And that situation as the company is concerned, there will always be temporary blips that would take place, which is something that we are watching out for. I believe that while we do not have any hard published evidence on the decline in birth rates, what we have through our empirical evidence based on discussions with leading maternity hospitals come by is that IVF cycles seem to have been postponed, but there is no material change births. That you will have to face and see whether it replicates any of what is happening in more advanced economies like the US or Europe or China. Birth rates actually are secularly declining. We have not seen it, we will watch that. The products in infant nutrition business become relevant only when a mother or chooses to feed. And I think that is a very, very clear fact as far as our portfolio is concerned. Your company believes in providing science-based products that meet the nutritional requirements in toddlers and those that the doctors can trust. This is the bedrock of the business of this, and this is really what we will be focusing upon during the course of the future of the company. The next question that you have is also if you could briefly dwell on the proposed plans of new launches and in general outline the current business environment. I think at the moment the clear focus, Mr. Nirlekar, is for core. This is the time to ensure that the core of the company, the core 4 or 5 categories that make for Nestle India are protected. And I'm delighted that even in the Q1 of this year, which was the results were just announced, we have had a double-digit growth. Our growth has been secular. Our growth has been across tier 2, tier 3 towns. It has been in fact stronger than the results that we've obtained in some of the larger cities. And overall, I believe that the people, purpose, partnerships, performance and planet story that we have had continues to be inspiring and continues to be something that we will work on for the future as well. The only area of concern, which I mentioned earlier to a shareholder, is the overall inflation and the commodity context. This continues to be worrying, but with the overall economic context, obviously taking on a larger share of mind At the moment, we'll have to watch and see how this space evolves. The next question I have is from Mr. Dilip Tavare, DP 12081600-13013500. His question is, in current market, Nestle share is continuously falling. The need management immediate attention as follows. This is the share price, I presume. Is there downslide Q2 result spread by rumors, and what is the management expectation or guidance for the same? If it is affected, then any downward guidelines issued in approximate percent. Look, the performance of the company has been secularly strong for the last 5 years. Let me give you a few numbers because clearly you need to understand this. The overall top line has grown by about 10.3%. CAGR, cumulative annual growth rate, 2015, 2016, 2000. The growth in operating profits has been about 16.6% on a CAGR basis. The growth in profit after taxes has been close to 30%. The appreciation in the share price in the last years, 20 years, has been 20.3% per annum, 2001 to 2020. The income is 5.6. The FM index has grown by 13.5. The cumulative increase in the share price in the last 20 years has been 3,000%. So, Mr. Tavare, I don't think by any stretch of imagination the performance or indeed the market performance of your company should belie any expectations that you have got. Secondly, we are going through a COVID situation, and obviously the situation has its ups and downs. The market has its ups and downs, so I don't wish to comment on what the market does, because my job and the job of my team is to ensure that the corporate performance of the company continues to be strong. To be strong, we have declared results in the first quarter that gave a 10.2% growth on the top line and a 15% growth in the bottom line. And this is consistently being shown. We are one of the few companies with results declared so far where both the EBIT margins and the profit after tax margins have also improved over the quarter. So the fundamentals of the company remain strong. I would wish to assure you that I think all steps are being taken to ensure that we deliver the best that we can and keep our people and our partners safe under the circumstances. So these are the questions. I think there was a question, share or split policy. I believe that this is something that we have answered in the earlier shareholder questions that have come up. I think it is a suggestion that we consistently evaluate over a period of time, and we will come back with response when it is appropriate and when it is relevant. Now I go to the messages that are posted in the communication box and wish to thank the members who have posted the messages. Mr. Pramod Rai, may I request you to spell out the messages, if any, received on the communication box one by one.
Thank you, Chairman. Out of all questions, there are 2 questions posted by an member on the communication box which are not answered so far. Question number 1 is from Mr. Udit Bokadia, having client ID number 1208-1600-0127-7204. The first question from him is whether the company's products are covered or under the recent announced PLI scheme by the government of India. The second question is, what is the opportunity size for the virtual kiosks in the partnership with new age delivery startups?
Thank you very much, Mr. Bokaria. I think in terms of their PLI, I believe that are very few of our categories. I think sauces and to a certain extent chocolates are covered under PLI. We are examining how we can leverage this opportunity, and we'll actualize on this in time. There is an internal team that involves our finance director as well, along with other members who are looking at PLI opportunity, see whether it is something that we could utilize as a company and take our fortunes forward. With an important step that PLI is a very important step to secure not just the manufacturing footprint or footprint for the company. It is giving with at 10,000 a fairly strong incentive plan, and I'm sure that there will be companies who would be looking at these opportunities, and depending on how it comes out, will be getting ready for making their investment as time goes along. Opportunity for delivery of those startups. I think this is an area that is consistently being worked upon by the company. We work not only with the major e-commerce players on and flip growth, we also work with the smaller players and consistently are in touch with some of the new entrants to see how we can leverage on this in the logistics and in the e-commerce space. So I thank you for both the questions.
Thank you. Question is from Mr. K. Mohideen Ghani, having client ID number 40407255. He wants to know on the upcoming launches, and he writes that can we get back the Nestle pickle that were available more than 10 years back, and can we also look into organic drinks? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohideen Ghani. I hope that you and your family are safe. Yes, I think in the last 5 years, Mr. Ghani, the company has launched close to 80 new products, 80 new products, with a success rate of anywhere between 60 and 70%. Some of the brands are doing particularly well. Other brands need to be nurtured. Some brands have taken a bit of a backseat because of the COVID situation. Nevertheless, the intent and inspiration of the company to continue vision journey will continue a long time. As I speak to you, there are about 30 to 40 projects that are on the anvil across different categories, and I'm sure that some of these would be seeing the light of day during the course of 2021 and beyond. Innovation, renovation is a key part of the company's portfolio strategy. And indeed, this is where the excitement of the consumer comes. This is an area that you can be alive to, and you can watch out for the company's launches. Organic, this is an area that is again one of the many exploratory projects that we have got. I will not be able to concretize it and tell you what the plans are, but I think the whole nutrition, the whole plant-based space, the whole energy space, the whole milk space, the whole ready-to-eat snacking space are all spaces which are of active consideration of the company. And this is part of the innovation projects that we will be doing. So I hope I've answered, Ghani, and you and your family for safety at this time. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rai, for posting the questions. We have tried questions to the best extent possible. If any of your question has not been said earlier, please write to the designated investor email of the company, investor@in.nestle.com. I repeat, investor, INVESTOR, @in Nestle, and we shall respond to you within a short period of time. I now take up the voting on the agenda items. Now for voting on the agenda items 1 to 4, set out is earlier members present at the AGM but who have not cast their votes by availing the remote e-voting facility can exercise their vote in proportion to their shareholding through electronic voting platform provided by NSDL, the icon of which is available on the screen. Redirected to the e-voting portal of NSDL, Mr. Abhinav Khosla, partner Messrs. SCV and Company LLP, Chartered Accountants, will scrutinize the votes cast through remote e-voting and votes cast during the AGM on e-voting platform as provided by NSDL. Mr. Khosla will submit the report thereon to me as the chairman in the prescribed manner not later than 2 p.m. tomorrow. The voting results on all the resolutions placed before the AGM would be declared later than around 6 p.m. and immediately intimated to the stock exchange. The results, along with the report of the scrutinizer, shall be uploaded on the website of the company TL and shall be available at the registered office of the company. I now wish to draw the attention of all the members participating in the AGM. The form provided will remain open for another 30 minutes. Thank you all for your participation and for your valuation and comments, which I assure you will receive due consideration of the management. I thank you for your good wishes for the company. I wish you well and I wish you health and all happiness. Meetings will close after all the members participating in the meeting have cast their vote through e-voting, which will lapse, as I mentioned, after 30 minutes. Thank you all very much for your participation today. Thank you for your suggestions. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you for your sympathy and your commiseration at the difficult situation that we in the company and the country are going through. I thank you for your condolence for Mr. Rajendra Agarwal and would ensure that we would pass it on to the family appropriately. Thank you very much. Please keep safe. Please keep secure at this time with you and your families, and the best of luck.
Dear members, as advised by the scrutinizers, the time for the e-voting has elapsed, and they are of the opinion that all members who are participating in the annual general meeting have been given adequate time and opportunity to vote at the AGM, and this concludes the voting process of AGM. I hand it back to the chairman.
Thank you, Imba. The eligible and willing members have been given adequate time and opportunity to cast their votes. I formally close the proceedings of the meeting. Once again, I take the opportunity to thank you all for your participation today, to wish you the best of health and safety, and wish you the very best of luck. Thank you very much.